Welcome to our channel, where history meets tranquility. Tonight, let our war sleep stories transport you to epic battlefields and moments of valor, all wrapped in soothing soundscapes designed to guide you into peaceful slumber. Where are you listening from tonight? Let us know in the comment section below. Whether you're unwinding after a long day or seeking a calm escape, you're part of a community that finds comfort in these tales of courage and resilience. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the echoes of the past guide you into the deepest sleep. Sweet dreams, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. The morning of December 7th, 1941, began as most mornings at Pearl Harbor did, peaceful and serene. The rising sun cast its golden rays over the harbor, sparkling off the gentle waves that lapped against the shore. For the men and women stationed at this vital U.S. naval base in Hawaii, the day promised to be another in a long stretch of routine, far from the turmoil of global conflict. Ensign George Elliott of the USS Oklahoma stood on the deck of the battleship, gazing at the horizon. The early morning haze still clung to the air, and the island's volcanic peaks were barely visible in the distance. His thoughts drifted to the letters he had written to his family back in Michigan. He was only 23, a fresh officer with the Pacific Fleet, eager to serve but unaware of the horrors that would soon engulf him. The USS Oklahoma, where he had been stationed for several months, was a formidable vessel, a symbol of American might, and to Elliott a sanctuary, safe, reliable, steadfast. But safety was an illusion. The looming threat of war was never far from his mind. The political tensions with Japan had been rising for months, but there was little indication that an attack on U.S. soil was imminent. The American public, deeply focused on isolationism, was reluctant to acknowledge the reality that the war might one day reach their shores. Yet for George, there was a sense that something was wrong, an unease he couldn't shake, a premonition that this morning would be different. He would never have guessed how dramatically his world was about to change. Across the harbor, Lieutenant Colonel Kermit Tyler, stationed at the nearby Army radar station, was busy with his own duties. The young officer, stationed in Hawaii for just a few months, had been responsible for monitoring incoming air traffic. That morning, the radar operators had picked up an unusual blip, but Tyler dismissed it as a routine anomaly. A group of planes from California, perhaps, or a training mission. "Don't worry about it," he told his subordinates. "It's probably nothing." In hindsight, Tyler's decision would haunt him for the rest of his life. The blip on the radar screen was not an ordinary flight pattern. It was the first wave of the Japanese attack that would devastate Pearl Harbor, leaving the Pacific Fleet crippled and altering the course of the war. Back at the naval base, Eleanor Roosevelt, who had arrived on the island as part of her humanitarian efforts with the Red Cross, was preparing for a visit to a local hospital. She had become a stalwart figure in supporting the war effort at home, pushing for increased awareness and support for the troops. She was staying at the modest hotel, but it was clear from the tense conversations she overheard that the troops were worsening by the day, despite her knowledge of the mounting threats from Japan. Nothing could have prepared her for the horrors of that fateful morning. As the clock struck 7:55 a.m., the tranquility of Pearl Harbor was shattered by a deafening roar overhead. The first wave of Japanese bombers, led by Lieutenant Commander Fukida Mitsuo, had arrived. The attack came without warning. 80 bombers, 130 miles north of Oahu. Their mission: to cripple the Pacific Fleet and deliver a crushing blow to American morale. On the USS Oklahoma, Ensign George Elliott's premonition was confirmed in an instant. A deafening explosion rocked the ship as the first wave of bombs struck Pearl Harbor. Elliott, dazed but quickly regaining his senses, rushed to his station. The familiar sounds of the ship's engine room were drowned out by the screams of men and the thunder of explosives. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. How could anyone? The attack was fast, overwhelming, and relentless. In the confusion, he barely had time to think about his family or the life he thought he would lead. It was all suddenly irrelevant. On the USS Arizona, Captain Franklin van Valkenburg was in his quarters, preparing for a meeting with the ship's officers. His morning had begun like any other, quiet, orderly, but that would soon change. The ship trembled under the weight of the first bomb that struck its forward magazine. Captain van Valkenburg, along with many of his men, was killed in the explosion that followed. The Arizona would burn for hours, her remains sinking to the bottom of the harbor, taking 11,777 men with her. Meanwhile, on the USS West Virginia, Seaman Second Class Doris Miller was a cook, a job that, while vital, offered no expectation of heroism. Yet, when the attack began, Miller's courage would define his legacy. After the ship was struck by multiple torpedoes, he rushed to an unused anti-aircraft gun and began firing at the Japanese planes. Despite having no formal training, his actions would earn him the Navy Cross, though his bravery was a quiet reflection of countless others who rose to the occasion without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, the skies were filled with smoke and fire. The naval base, once a symbol of American naval power, was now a battlefield. As Private First Class Ralph J. Jones of the Army Air Corps crouched beneath the wreckage of an exploded hangar at Hickam Field, he had just walked as his friends were gunned down in the open. I can't think of anything more. All he could think about was survival, finding shelter, keeping his head down, and staying alive. In the midst of the pandemonium, Captain Mervyn S. Benyon, commanding officer of the USS California, was gravely injured by the explosions that rocked his ship. Despite his wounds, Benyon continued to direct his crew, proving the unwavering dedication of those stationed at Pearl Harbor. His actions would not go unrecognized, and he would posthumously be awarded the Medal of Honor for his bravery. As the first wave of attackers began their retreat, the devastation was clear. Lieutenant Colonel Kermit Tyler, who had dismissed the radar warning hours before, received a phone call that left him speechless. The news came through clearly. Pearl Harbor had been attacked, and the full scale of the assault was only now becoming apparent. Back on the island, Eleanor Roosevelt, in her usual calm and composed manner, began organizing medical supplies and helping coordinate the evacuation of civilians and soldiers alike. As bombs continued to fall, she worked alongside doctors, nurses, and volunteers to tend to the wounded, embodying the spirit of American home front. The day, which began as any other, was now a turning point in world history. The United States, until then hesitant to enter the conflict, was thrust into the global war by an enemy who had not only struck at its military, but had, in many ways, attacked the very heart of its identity, a judgment as to the very heart of its identity, but also of its resolve. For George Eliot, the attack marked the end of innocence. As he helped guide his fellow sailors to safety, he knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The world had irrevocably changed, and so had he. In the weeks leading up to December 7th, 1941, the tension between the United States and Japan had reached a breaking point. The Japanese had long been expanding their influence in the Pacific, and their invasion of China, as well as their expansion into Southeast Asia, had already drawn the ire of the U.S. government. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had imposed economic sanctions on Japan, including an oil embargo, in response to their aggressive foreign policy. At Pearl Harbor, Admiral Husband Kimmel, the commander of the Pacific Fleet, had received intelligence reports about potential Japanese actions, but the full scope of the threat was not fully realized. Kimmel, a seasoned officer, had been concerned about the possibility of sabotage or a surprise attack, but there was no concrete evidence that an assault on Pearl Harbor was imminent. The fleet, though on high alert, was largely unprepared for what was about to happen. In Washington, Secretary of War Henry Stimson had been urging greater vigilance regarding Japan's movements, but there was internal debate about how to respond to the rising tension. Stimson knew that Japan's expansion into the Pacific was a direct threat to U.S. interests, but the political climate in America was still very much focused on isolationism. Roosevelt was wary of engaging in another world war, and many Americans wanted nothing more than to stay out of the conflict. Lieutenant Colonel Kermit Tyler stationed at the radar station at Opana Point, was one of the few who had sensed something unusual. On the morning of December 7, his radar team had picked up multiple aircraft approaching the island. But Tyler, still inexperienced and unfamiliar with the nuances of military air traffic, dismissed the warnings of military air traffic approaching the island. But Tyler, still inexperienced and unfamiliar with the entrances of military air traffic, pressing the warning as a routine fight-flight response from naval aircraft. He couldn't have known that he was dismissing the Japanese assault, a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. As the radar blips were ignored, the men at Pearl Harbor carried on with their morning routines, unaware that their world would soon be turned upside down. Captain Frank A.T. Turner, a naval officer assigned to the USS Nevada, had been on a scheduled tour of duty that morning, speaking to crew members about the importance of maintaining vigilance. Little did he know, his ship would soon become one of the few to escape the devastation, despite taking several hits during the attack. Meanwhile, in Japan, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto had already made the decision that would change the course of the Pacific War. He believed that a preemptive strike against the United States could buy Japan the time it needed to establish a defensive perimeter across the Pacific. Yamamoto had been reluctant to engage in an all-out war with the United States, and war with the US seemed inevitable. It was his plan to cripple the US Pacific Fleet by attacking Pearl Harbor, knowing that such a strike would force the Americans into retaliation. As tensions built, the military leaders in both countries steeled themselves for the possibility of war. What neither side fully realized, however, was that a day of reckoning was approaching, a day that would forever alter the course of history. The morning of December 7th, 1941, dawned clear and bright over Pearl Harbor. The U.S. Pacific Fleet, anchored in the calm waters of the harbor, was largely unprepared for the attack that was about to come. The sailors, pilots, and civilians on the island went about their routines as usual, unaware of the impending catastrophe. Lieutenant Commander Fuchida Mitsuo, the leader of the Japanese attack, was already in the air as the first wave of bombers left the decks of 6 Japanese aircraft carriers positioned over 230 miles north of Oahu. Fuchida, a seasoned and respected officer, had meticulously planned the assault, knowing that the element of surprise would be critical to its success. His orders were simple: strike hard, strike fast, and cripple the American fleet. The Japanese aircraft flew carefully coordinated formation, their torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and fighters targeting key military installations across the harbor. As Fukuda Koyan, missions I have set my mind to, they began their descent toward their targets. The first wave was final released at 7:38 a.m. As Fukuda approached their island with 13 planes ascended, 17 military beings, 5,000 horsepower. Ensign George Elliott, stationed on the USS Oklahoma, was caught off guard as the first bombs rained down on the ship. The thunderous explosions echoed through the harbor as the Oklahoma was hit by multiple torpedoes. Elliott, already a bit on edge due to the rising tensions, was thrown into action almost immediately. He rushed to his station, rallying his crew to help secure the ship, but it was clear that the damage was catastrophic. The Oklahoma, already beginning to list to one side, was doomed. On the USS Arizona, the situation was no less dire. Captain Franklin van Valkenburg was on the bridge when the first bomb hit the forward magazine. The explosion was so massive that it rocked the entire ship, splitting her in half. Van Valkenburg was among the many officers and sailors lost when the Arizona sank to the bottom of the harbor. His death, along with that of most of his crew, was a devastating blow to the Pacific Fleet. At Hickam Field, the situation was no less chaotic. Private First Class Ralph J. Jones, a young soldier stationed at the base, was caught in the midst of the aerial assault. As Japanese dive bombers swooped down, Jones had to take cover in the wreckage of a destroyed hangar. He saw his comrades gunned down by the enemy planes as they tried to flee. It was an unforgettable moment, one that would remain etched in his memory for the rest of his life. As the bombers continued their assault, Seaman Doris Miller, aboard the USS West Virginia, found himself in the midst of the carnage. Though he was a cook and had no formal training in combat, Miller was quick to act when he saw his ship being bombed. When he saw a .50 caliber machine gun left unattended, he rushed to it and began firing at the Japanese planes, hitting at least one before being ordered to retreat. Miller's actions would later earn him the Navy Cross, making him one of the first African-American sailors to receive the prestigious award. The chaos continued to unfold in real time as Bonros's missionaries, admittedly non-particularly loyal, but fires were in fact devastation, his pilots had wrought. The harbor, once a symbol of American naval power, was now a battlefield. Fires raged on the ships, smoke billowed into the sky, and the stench of burning oil and metal filled the air. But even as the Japanese planes pulled away for their retreat, the full scale of the damage was still unfolding. The U.S. fleet, once the strongest in the Pacific, had been crippled. Over 2,400 Americans were dead, and the fleet was left in ruins. The U.S. military, caught off guard and unprepared for the ferocity of the attack, would have to rebuild, and quickly. As the Japanese planes departed from Pearl Harbor, the aftermath of the attack began to unfold in a scene of devastation. The once strong and proud U.S. Pacific Fleet, which had seemed virtually untouchable only hours before, now lay in ruins. Battleships, aircraft carriers, and airfields were all in flames. Battleships, inaccessible, and civilians worked to assist the wounded and search for survivors. Back aboard the USS Oklahoma, Ensign George Elliott was among the men who managed to escape the ship before it capsized. His hands were shaking as he helped fellow crew members abandon the ship, but he remained determined to survive. As the USS Oklahoma sank to the bottom of the harbor, Elliot couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The devastation was unlike anything he had ever imagined. His ship, his home for the past several months, was now gone. But he was alive, and that fact filled him with a sense of resolve. He had to survive. He owed it to the men who had been lost. Across the harbor, Captain Mervyn S. Benyon, though severely wounded, continued to direct his men in fighting fires and securing the ship. His bravery would not go unnoticed, and he would posthumously be awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions that day. It was a testament to the resilience of the men who fought to keep their ships afloat, even in the face of almost certain death. Meanwhile, at Hickam Field, Private Ralph J. Jones had managed to escape the worst of the attack, but the scars of the day were already beginning to show. He saw the bodies of his friends scattered across the airstrip, some burned beyond recognition, others too gravely wounded to be saved. He would carry the weight of that day with him for the rest of his life. Back on the island, Eleanor Roosevelt had seen enough. As a member of the Red Cross, she immediately began organizing medical teams to assist with the wounded. She moved through the chaos with a calm, almost stoic demeanor, helping those who needed it most. The devastation of Pearl Harbor had shocked her, but she knew that the recovery process had already begun. The American spirit had been tested, and it would not break. As the first wave of Japanese bombers completed their devastating assault on Pearl Harbor, the full magnitude of the damage began to sink in. Smoke billowed from the sunken ships and scorched aircraft, and the harbor was filled with the sound of alarms, frantic cries for help, and the crackle of flames consuming anything in their path. Captain Frank A.T. Turner, aboard the USS Nevada, was one of the few officers who managed to keep his composure amidst the chaos. The Nevada, though heavily damaged by torpedo hits, was still afloat. Turner's priority was to get his ship out of the harbor, but the damage to the vessel made it clear that maneuvering the ship was going to be nearly impossible. As the ship's engines strained against the damage, Turner's orders were clear. The Nevada had to escape the harbor to avoid being sunk alongside the others. Turner's leadership was crucial in rallying his crew, but even with his resolve, the Nevada was not immune to the devastation. Seaman First Class Walter H. Day, a crew member on the Nevada, recalled how the deck of the ship was littered with debris and several men were injured by shrapnel and explosions. The urgency to get out of harm's way was apparent, but so was the sense of camaraderie Despite the destruction around them, the men of the Nevada worked together, determined to escape their burning ship's fate. The USS Arizona, meanwhile, was sinking at the heart of the harbor. As Seaman First Class Don Stratton, stationed on the ship, was trapped below deck after the initial explosion, he could hear the cries of his fellow sailors. Stratton, who had been severely burned in the attack, managed to escape with help from a fellow crew member, Joe George. The two men climbed out of a porthole, one of the few means of escape from the doomed ship. In the days that followed, Stratton's account of the bombing and his escape would serve as a poignant reminder of the sacrifice that occurred that fateful day. Many of those who were not able to escape the Arizona perished in the explosion, including Captain Franklin Van Valkenburg, who died with most of his crew. Stratton and George's survival was an act of luck as much as it was of sheer determination, but it also underscored the incredible resilience of the men who had been trapped in the inferno. The carnage was not limited to the Navy. At Hickam Field, Private Ralph J. Jones, who had been working in the hangar when the attack started, recalled how the bombers strafed the runways and destroyed aircraft that had no chance of taking off. It was like watching a movie, but it was real, Jones later said. He remembered the overwhelming sense of helplessness as planes were torn apart, and men who had been his comrades lay motionless on the ground. Jones and his fellow soldiers did what they could to assist the wounded, but with so many casualties, they quickly realized the scale of the disaster. Lieutenant Colonel Kermit Tyler, stationed at Opana Point, would later reflect on the moment when he dismissed the radar blips, not recognizing that they were the Japanese attack force. Tyler's decision to ignore the radar signal has been debated for decades, but in that moment, he was simply a soldier trying to make sense of a situation that no one could have predicted. As he later recounted, it was a mistake that he would never forget. However, the context of that time, where war seemed an abstraction, and the nature of modern warfare still unfamiliar, offered little clarity for someone in his position. Amid the destruction, several individuals demonstrated extraordinary courage and heroism. One such person was Doris Miller, a cook aboard the USS West Virginia. Though Miller had no formal training with firearms, he manned a .50 caliber machine gun after seeing the ship being hit. His actions, though improvised, resulted in the downing of at least one Japanese plane. For his bravery, Miller would later receive the Navy Cross, becoming one of the first African-American sailors to be awarded the prestigious medal. On the USS California, Seaman First Class John K. D. O'Neill was part of a firefighting team that worked tirelessly to save the ship. O'Neill's unit, despite being under direct attack, managed to put out fires in the lower levels of the ship, preventing the California from sinking. O'Neill's story would become one of the many that illustrated the sheer determination of sailors who refused to give up, even as their ships burned around them. Over at Ford Island, later MD William B. K. Halsey was organizing a defense against the aerial assault. Despite being outnumbered and outgunned, Halsey, along with his crew, managed to keep the Japanese at bay long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Halsey, later known for his aggressive tactics during the Pacific War, had proven himself a leader in the face of disaster. The devastation at Pearl Harbor was personal for the men and women who had lived through it. In the weeks that followed, the survivors of the attack came together to recover the dead, tend to the wounded, and begin the long process of rebuilding. Many of the ships would eventually be repaired or replaced, but the emotional toll of the attack was far harder to overcome. The psychological wounds would take much longer to heal than the physical ones. For Private Ralph J. Jones, the aftermath of the attack was one of exhaustion and emotional strain. He had witnessed his friends and comrades perish before his eyes, and the sight of their bodies would haunt him for years to come. Despite this, Jones's resilience began to emerge in the weeks following the attack. As the U.S. military began to rebuild, Jones took part in the recovery efforts. His efforts to help restore order in the midst of chaos, a testament to his strength in the face of unimaginable adversity. Back on the mainland, the news of the attack on Pearl Harbor spread quickly. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had been in office for less than 2 years, addressed the nation on the evening of December 8. In his speech, he called the attack a day that would live in infamy, a phrase that would become indelibly associated with the attack and the U.S. response. Roosevelt's words were not just a statement of defiance. They were a rallying cry for the American people. The attack had united the country in a way that few events had done before. Within hours of Roosevelt's speech, Congress declared war on Japan, formally bringing the United States into World War II. The decision was swift and resolute, an acknowledgement that the world had changed overnight. In Japan, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the mastermind behind the attack, watched as the consequences of his actions began to unfold. Yamamoto had believed that the strike on Pearl Harbor would give Japan the time it needed to secure its position in the Pacific. But he knew that the United States, once provoked, would be a formidable adversary. Yamamoto's concern was that the attack would provoke the U.S. to respond in force, and he was right. Within hours of Roosevelt's speech, American warplanes were already flying combat missions in the Pacific. Yamamoto would go on to oversee many of Japan's naval operations in the Pacific, but he would also become increasingly wary of the consequences of the attack. He had been a skilled strategist, but he recognized that Japan's success in the Pacific depended on swift victories. As history would show, the attack on Pearl Harbor had not given Japan the advantage it had hoped for. Instead, it had awakened a sleeping giant. The attack on Pearl Harbor, which had lasted just over 2 hours, ignited a wave of patriotism across the United States. The emotional and physical toll on the survivors was immense. But for many Americans, the bombings served as the catalyst for a unified response. As the days passed after December 7th, 1941, the streets were filled with citizens eager to contribute to the war effort, whether by enlisting in the military, working in defense industries, or donating blood and supplies. Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, who would later lead the famous Doolittle raid over Tokyo, was one such individual who embodied this newfound sense of urgency. At the time of the attack, Doolittle was a respected aviation pioneer and an instructor at the Army Air Corps. Within days of Pearl Harbor, he sought a direct role in the military's counter-offensive. In late December, he was tasked with a daring mission to lead a squadron of B-25 bombers on a long-range raid over Japan's homeland, an operation that would send a bold message to the Japanese Empire that the United States would retaliate. The mission was risky, to say the least. The B-25 bombers, though modified for the purpose, were not designed for such long-range flights, and Doolittle knew the chances of success were slim. However, he also recognized the psychological importance of the raid. In the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, the American public needed a victory, and the Japanese military needed to know that their own shores were vulnerable. Doolittle's raid would be a symbolic strike that proved the United States was not just reacting, it was actively fighting back. While Doolittle and his team prepared for the raid, many others were also stepping forward to play their part in the war effort. Seaman First Class Doris Miller, who had shown incredible bravery by manning a machine gun during the attack on Pearl Harbor, became one of the most recognized heroes of the day. His actions had been widely reported, and he became a symbol of African American courage and contribution to the military. Though the Navy did not initially offer him further recognition, Miller's heroism during the attack sparked a broader conversation about the role of African Americans in the armed forces. Miller would later become one of the first African American sailors to receive the Navy Cross. At the same time, American leaders were focused on rebuilding Pearl Harbor. Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet at the time of the attack, faced intense scrutiny in the aftermath. Although Kimmel had been unaware of the specific Japanese plans for the attack, his failure to adequately prepare the base for the possibility of such an assault would haunt him for the rest of his life. In the days following the attack, Kimmel's leadership came under sharp criticism. He was relieved of his command and replaced by Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, who would later oversee the Pacific Theater during some of the war's most significant battles, including the Battle of Midway. Despite his removal from command, Kimmel would remain a controversial figure, with many defending his actions as a result of intelligence failures beyond his control. One of the most tragic aspects of the Pearl Harbor attack was the loss of life aboard the USS Arizona, Of the 1,177 men who perished aboard the Arizona, many were buried within the ship when it sank, their remains still resting beneath the waves. The attack on the Arizona was a constant reminder of the cost of war. Among the survivors of the USS Arizona was Seaman First Class Don Stratton, who had been trapped below deck when the Japanese bombs exploded. He later recalled the moment of the attack in vivid detail. "I remember hearing the explosion and feeling the ship shudder. I could hear the screams of men around me, but I didn't know what to do. The flames and smoke made it hard to breathe, and the heat was unbearable." Stratton, with the help of his fellow sailor Joe George, managed to escape the burning ship. George, who was stationed on another vessel nearby, noticed Stratton's distress and risked his own life to help him out of the porthole and into the relative safety of the harbor. Their escape was a testament to the bravery and camaraderie that defined the survival instinct during the attack. For many of the sailors aboard the Arizona, their story was one of sacrifice. Captain Franklin Van Valkenburg, the commanding officer of the USS Arizona, was among the first to die in the attack, along with his executive officer, Commander Samuel W. Williams. Van Valkenburg's leadership during the crisis, even as he lay dying, was a source of inspiration for many of his men. His last moments aboard the ship, surrounded by fire and destruction, were indicative of the selflessness and resolve that he had shown throughout his career. The immediate aftermath of the attack on Pearl Harbor was marked by confusion, grief, and an overwhelming sense of urgency. The military was thrown into disarray as personnel scrambled to tend to the wounded, extinguish fires, and attempt to salvage the damage caused by the attack. The airfields, which had been strafed by Japanese planes, were left in ruins. The ships of the Pacific Fleet, once considered the most powerful naval force in the world, had been significantly weakened. In Washington, D.C., the administration of President Franklin D. Roosevelt had to quickly respond to the crisis. Roosevelt addressed Congress on December 8, 1941, with a speech that would go down in history as one of the defining moments of his presidency. In Washington, D.C., the administration of President Franklin D. Roosevelt had to quickly respond to the crisis, both as an exclusive cost of the attack. Within hours of Roosevelt's address, Congress voted overwhelmingly to declare war on Japan. The United States, once hesitant to enter the conflict in Europe and Asia, was now fully committed to fighting a two-front war. For the men who had survived the attack at Pearl Harbor, the declaration of war signified the beginning of a long and difficult journey. Many would go on to fight in battles across the Pacific, while others would serve in crucial support roles, ensuring that the United States military was equipped and ready for the challenges ahead. The losses suffered at Pearl Harbor had shaken the nation to its core, but they had also ignited a determination that would fuel the American war effort for the years to come. The declaration of war on Japan marked the official entry of the United States into the global conflict of World War II, and the Pacific Theater became the focal point of American military operations. With the destruction at Pearl Harbor still fresh in their minds, American commanders like Admiral Chester W. Nimitz quickly devised a strategy to strike back at the Japanese forces. Nimitz, appointed to command the Pacific Fleet after the Pearl Harbor attack, recognized the strategic importance of the Pacific Islands and began planning for a series of naval and air battles aimed at disrupting Japan's expansion. He knew that the United States could not afford to sit back and let Japan continue its aggressive territorial conquests. The first significant offensive in the Pacific came in early 1942, when the United States launched the Doolittle Raid on Tokyo. Though it was a modest military strike, the raid had profound psychological effects. It was the first time that American bombers had reached Japan's homeland, and it served as a powerful reminder to the Japanese that the U.S. was capable of hitting back. This raid, led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, demonstrated American resolve even in the face of overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, American forces began gearing up for the defense of key Pacific islands, such as Midway Atoll, which would become the site of one of the most pivotal battles in the war. For the survivors of Pearl Harbor, the battle for Midway represented a chance to avenge the attack and regain the initiative in the Pacific. The war in the Pacific was just beginning, but the legacy of the men and women who had experienced the events of December 7th, 1941, would leave an indelible mark on history. Each soldier, sailor, and airman who had lived through that day carried the memory of Pearl Harbor with them as they fought on in the years that followed. In the wake of the Pearl Harbor attack, the task of rebuilding the Pacific Fleet fell to a determined group of naval officers, shipbuilders, and laborers. Among them was Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, whose appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet marked a turning point in the U.S. Navy's fortune. Nimitz understood the gravity of the situation. Taking command of a fleet that was severely crippled but not defeated, Nimitz prioritized the salvage and repair of the damaged ships at Pearl Harbor. The efforts were led by the skilled personnel of the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard, including Commander William F. Halsey, Jr., an experienced officer who had been present during the attack. Halsey was tasked with overseeing the repair operations, ensuring that every resource was used efficiently. The USS Nevada, which had been beached to prevent it from sinking, became one of the first major salvage projects. Lieutenant Commander Logan Ramsey, who had witnessed the Nevada's heroic attempt to escape the harbor, took part in the coordination of efforts to refloat and repair the ship. By mid-1942, the Nevada was seaworthy again, a testament to the Navy's resilience. Similarly, the USS West Virginia, which had suffered multiple torpedo hits, was painstakingly raised from the harbor floor. Commander Harold Stark a key figure in the Navy's planning, worked closely with engineers to ensure the ship could return to action. The salvaging of these vessels not only restored the Navy's strength, but also symbolized the U.S. military's determination to overcome adversity. While the physical rebuilding of the fleet progressed, the emotional scars of the Pearl Harbor attack remained. Survivors like Seaman First Class Don Stratton, who had escaped the inferno aboard the USS Arizona, struggled to come to terms with their experiences. Stratton, severely burned during the attack, underwent months of painful treatment at a military hospital in California. Despite his injuries, Stratton resolved to rejoin the fight, reflecting the unyielding spirit of the men who had survived. Stratton was not alone in his determination. Chief Petty Officer John Finn, who had manned a machine gun during the attack on Kananoe Bay, despite being wounded, was awarded the Medal of Honor for his bravery. Finn's actions during the attack became an inspiration for others, and his recovery and a Honolulu hospital was marked by his insistence on returning to duty as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Doris Miller, the Navy cook who had taken up arms during the attack on the USS West Virginia, became a national hero. Miller's story resonated with millions of Americans, especially within the African American community. His actions challenged stereotypes and highlighted the contributions of black servicemen during the war. Despite the discrimination he faced within the segregated military, Miller's courage and composure under fire made him a symbol of equality and resilience. Even as the Navy repaired its physical assets, another battle was unfolding behind the scenes. The War of Intelligence. Joseph J. Rochefort, a cryptanalyst, an officer in the Navy's Combat Intelligence Unit at Pearl Harbor, played a pivotal role in deciphering Japanese naval codes. Rochefort, who had been frustrated by intelligence oversight prior to the Pearl Harbor attack, was determined to prevent another surprise strike. Rochefort and his team worked tirelessly to decode Japanese messages. Their breakthrough came in early 1942 when they intercepted communications indicating Japan's plans to target Midway Atoll. Rochefort's analysis convinced Admiral Nimitz to prepare an ambush, setting the stage for the Battle of Midway. The work of Rochefort and his team demonstrated the critical importance of intelligence in modern warfare. While the physical battles were fought at sea and in the air, the insights gleaned from intercepted communications allowed the U.S. Navy to gain a strategic edge over its adversary. The Battle of Midway, fought in June 1942, became a defining moment in the Pacific War. Led by Admiral Nimitz, the U.S. Navy faced off against a formidable Japanese fleet commanded by Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the architect of the Pearl Harbor attack. Yamamoto had intended to lure the U.S. Pacific Fleet into a trap, but the intelligence gathered by Rochefort and his team gave the Americans a critical advantage. Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, an aviator aboard the USS Enterprise, played a pivotal role in the battle. McCluskey, leading a squadron of dive bombers, made the crucial decision to continue searching for the Japanese fleet, despite running low on fuel. His persistence paid off when his squadron located and attacked the Japanese carriers Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, delivering devastating blows that turned the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Ensign George Gay, a torpedo bomber pilot from the USS Hornet, became one of the most iconic figures of the battle. Gay's squadron was almost entirely wiped out during a daring assault on the Japanese fleet, but he survived by floating in the water concealed by a life raft. From his position, Gay witnessed the destruction of the Japanese carriers, a moment that marked the beginning of Japan's retreat in the Pacific. The victory at Midway not only avenged the attack on Pearl Harbor, but also marked a turning point in the war. The Japanese Navy, which had dominated the Pacific in the months following the attack, suffered a crippling defeat that it would never fully recover from. As the tide of the war began to shift, the survivors of Pearl Harbor carried their experiences with them. Don Stratton, now back in active service, joined the crew of the USS Denver, determined to honor the memory of his fallen comrades. For Stratton, the war was deeply personal, and every battle he fought was a tribute to those who had not survived the Arizona's fiery demise. Doris Miller, too, continued to serve with distinction. Transferred to the USS Liscum Bay, Miller's courage and leadership remained an inspiration to his shipmates. Tragically, Miller's story would end in 1943 when the Liscum Bay was sunk during the Battle of Macon. His death underscored the high cost of war, but his legacy as a trailblazer for African American servicemen endured. For Admiral Nimitz, the victories at Midway and beyond were tempered by the knowledge that the war was far from over. As he reflected on the attack at Pearl Harbor, Nimitz recognized that the sacrifices made on December 7th, 1941, had set the stage for the eventual triumph of Allied forces in the Pacific. For Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, the burden of leading the Pacific Fleet after the devastating loss of Pearl Harbor was both a professional challenge and a personal trial. His appointment to the role was a testament to his steady demeanor and strategic insight. From the moment he arrived at Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Nimitz exuded a calm authority that steadied the demoralized fleet. Nimitz's leadership philosophy was rooted in pragmatism and trust. He knew that to win the war he needed not only ships and planes, but also the confidence and competence of his officers. Among his trusted subordinates was Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, who played a key role in the pivotal Battle of Midway. Nimitz's decision to place Spruance in command during the Battle of Midway Nimitz' decision to place subordinates was limited to the right men for the job in Unicorn. In the months following Pearl Harbor, Nimitz worked tirelessly to rebuild the Pacific Fleet's operational capacity. He prioritized the construction and commissioning of new warships, such as the Essex-class aircraft carriers, which would form the backbone of the fleet's offensive capabilities. Under Nimitz's guidance, Pearl Harbor transformed from a site of devastation into the nerve center of the Allied war effort in the Pacific. The war's focus shifted to the Solomon Islands in mid-1942, as USA forces launched their first major offensive against Japan. The campaign centered on Guadalcanal, where American troops sought to wrest control of a vital airfield from the Japanese. For many Pearl Harbor survivors, Guadalcanal offered an opportunity to strike back at the enemy. Among those who fought in the campaign was Major General Alexander A. Vandegrift, commander of the 1st Marine Division. Vandegrift had studied Japanese tactics carefully, recognizing the importance of maintaining a strong defensive perimeter around the airfield. His leadership during the grueling campaign was instrumental in the eventual victory. Private First Class Mitchell Page, a Marine stationed at Guadalcanal, became one of the campaign's most celebrated heroes. During a Japanese assault on his position, Page single-handedly manned several machine guns after his entire squad had been killed or wounded. His action saved his unit from being overrun and earned him the Medal of Honor. Page's bravery exemplified the determination of U.S. Squadron Army for Wounded. Private First Class Mitchell Page saved his unit from being overrun and earned him the Medal of Honor. Page's bravery exemplified the determination of the United States Navy and the various trains scattered aglobe, and their helmeted men. While the war raged in the Pacific, the home front played a crucial role in sustaining the war effort. American industry, spurred by the attack on Pearl Harbor, underwent a dramatic transformation. Factories that once produced automobiles and consumer goods were converted to manufacture tanks, aircraft, and ammunition. The workforce expanded to include millions of women, many of whom had never worked outside the home before. One such woman was Rosie the Riveter, a cultural icon representing the countless women who joined the industrial workforce during World War II. Although Rosie was not a single individual, her image was inspired by real-life workers like Naomi Parker Fraley, who toiled in factories and shipyards, knowing that their efforts directly supported the men fighting overseas. In addition to industrial work, civilians participated in war bond drives, rationing programs, and civil defense initiatives. The attack on Pearl Harbor had galvanized the nation, creating a sense of unity and purpose that transcended political and social divides. Even as families endured the hardships of war, they found strength in their shared commitment to victory. As the war continued, the memory of those lost at Pearl Harbor remained a powerful motivator for USS forces. The sunken wreck of the USS Arizona became a symbol of sacrifice, its remains serving as a tomb for over 1,100 sailors and Marines. Survivors of the attack, like Don Stratton and Ken Potts, often reflected on their fallen comrades, vowing to honor their legacy through their actions in the war. Efforts to memorialize the Arizona began almost immediately after the attack. By 1943, plans were underway to establish a permanent tribute to the ship and its crew. However, the demands of the war delayed the project, leaving it to future generations to create the iconic memorial that now stands above the Arizona's resting place. The Arizona story also served as a rallying cry for recruitment and fundraising campaigns. Posters and films featured the ship's image, reminding Americans of the attack's devastating impact and the importance of supporting the war effort. For many, the Arizona's legacy was a source of strength, a reminder of the resilience and determination that defined the U.S.'s response to Pearl Harbor. One of the key lessons of Pearl Harbor was the critical role of aircraft carriers in modern naval warfare. The attack had demonstrated the vulnerability of battleships, prompting the U.S. Navy to shift its focus to carriers. This strategic pivot was exemplified by the construction of the Essex-class carriers, which became the backbone of the fleet. Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr., nicknamed Bull Halsey, was one of the most ardent proponents of carrier-based operations. Halsey's aggressive tactics during the Solomon Islands campaign showcased the potential of carrier strike groups to deliver decisive blows against enemy forces. His leadership inspired confidence among his crews, who admired his ability to capture their attack and enemy forces. The USS Enterprise, one of the few carriers to survive Pearl Harbor, played a central role in the Navy's resurgence. Commanded by Captain George D. Murray, the Enterprise participated in numerous battles, including Midway and Guadalcanal. Its crews, many of whom had experienced the chaos of Pearl Harbor, became seasoned veterans, embodying the Navy's determination to turn the tide of the war. As the war progressed, the human cost became increasingly apparent. For survivors of Pearl Harbor, like Doris Miller, the realities of combat were never far away. Assigned to the escort carrier USS Liscum Bay, Miller continued to serve with distinction, earning the respect of his shipmates. Tragically, the Liscum Bay was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine during the Battle of Machin in November 1943, resulting in the loss of over 600 crew members, including Miller. Miller's death was a profound loss, but his legacy endured as a symbol of courage and determination. His story inspired future generations of African American servicemen and contributed to the eventual desegregation of the U.S. military. For the families of those who had perished, the pain of loss was a constant companion. Letters, photographs, and personal effects became cherished mementos, serving as tangible reminders of loved ones who had made the ultimate sacrifice. Memorial services and ceremonies provided a measure of solace, and ceremonies provided a measure of solace. Memorial services and ceremonies provided a measure of solace. Memorial services and ceremonies provided a measure of solace. By late 1943, the United States launched an aggressive campaign to retake strategic islands in the Pacific, starting with the Gilbert Islands and specifically Taraway Atoll. The battle became one of the bloodiest and most harrowing engagements of the war. Among the Marines who stormed the beaches was Colonel David M. Shoup, the commanding officer of the 2nd Marine Regiment. Shoup, a seasoned and unyielding leader, directed his troops amid chaos. As landing crafts were bogged down by coral reefs, Marines were forced to wade through neck-deep water under withering fire. Despite suffering wounds himself, Shoup continued to lead from the front, rallying his men with courage and determination. For his actions, he was later awarded the Medal of Honor. Private Richard E. Krause, another Marine at Tarawa, displayed extraordinary heroism during the assault. When his landing craft came under intense enemy fire, Krause volunteered to help evacuate the wounded. In the process, he sacrificed his own life to save his comrades. Krause was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, his story resonating as a testament to selflessness and bravery. The victory at Tarawa came at a staggering cost, with over 1,000 Americans killed in just 76 hours of fighting. The battle underscored the immense challenges of the Pacific Campaign, but it also galvanized the resolve of the Allied forces to push forward. The contributions of African American servicemen like Doris Miller helped shine a spotlight on the inequalities faced by Black Americans during the war. When 1944, calls for racial integration in the military gained momentum, driven in part by the activism of leaders like A. Philip Randolph, who had previously organized a March on Washington movement to demand fair treatment for African Americans in war industries. Within the Navy, the example set by men like Charles Jackson French, a steward's mate, who had saved 15 wounded sailors by swimming for hours in shark-infested waters after the sinking of his ship, highlighted the heroism of black sailors. French's actions earned him widespread acclaim, although he did not receive the formal recognition many felt he deserved. His story became emblematic of the bravery and resilience of African American service members. As the war continued, African Americans began to take on more prominent roles in combat and leadership positions. The Tuskegee Airmen, a group of black pilots trained at Tuskegee Army Airfield, achieved remarkable success in escorting bombers over Europe, challenging prejudices and proving the value of integration. By 1944, the U.S. military turned its attention to liberating the Philippines, a critical territory occupied by Japan since 1942. The campaign, led by General Douglas MacArthur, was both a strategic priority and a personal mission for MacArthur, who had famously vowed to return after his evacuation from the islands early in the war. The centerpiece of the campaign was the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval battle in history. Among the many participants was Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, who commanded a small group of escort carriers, destroyers, and destroyer escorts known as Taffy 3. When a massive Japanese fleet unexpectedly appeared near his position, Sprague and his outgunned force launched a desperate defense. Commander Ernest E. Evans, captain of the destroyer USS Johnston, led his ship into the heart of the Japanese fleet, engaging battleships and heavy cruisers in a gallant but alternately doomed effort. Evans' leadership and sacrifice earned him the Medal of Honor, and his ship's actions became legendary, epitomizing the courage of outnumbered forces standing their ground. The success of the Leyte campaign signaled the beginning of the end for Japanese control in the Philippines. Civilians, resistance fighters, and American troops celebrated as MacArthur fulfilled his promise, marking a significant turning point in the war. As the Allied forces advanced, Japan resorted to desperate measures, including the use of kamikaze pilots, who launched suicide attacks against American ships. These pilots, many of them young and inexperienced, were willing to sacrifice their lives in a last-ditch effort to stem the tide of Allied victories. Captain Frederick Moosbrugger, a destroyer squadron commander, faced the kamikaze threat during the Battle of Okinawa. Moosbrugger's strategic foresight and calm leadership helped his ships evade and neutralize numerous attacks. Under his command, the destroyers played a vital role in defending the fleet from these relentless assaults. For sailors like Seaman First Class Harold Smith, stationed aboard the USS Laffey, the kamikaze attacks were a harrowing ordeal. During one attack, the Laffey was struck multiple times by kamikaze planes, but Smith and his shipmates managed to keep the vessel afloat through sheer determination and teamwork. Their resilience became a symbol of the Navy's ability to endure even the most extreme challenges. Among the flag raisers was Corporal Ira Hayes, a member of the Pima Native American tribe. Hayes' role in the famous event brought him national attention, but he struggled with the weight of fame and the loss of his comrades. His story highlighted the complex and often painful legacy of war for those who survived. Despite the heavy losses, the capture of Iwo Jima marked another step toward the ultimate defeat of Japan. The courage and determination displayed by the Marines during the battle became emblematic of the American spirit. By March 1945, the U.S. military launched a devastating campaign against Japan's urban centers. The most infamous raid occurred on March 19, 1945, when over 300 B-29 bombers under the command of Major General Curtis LeMay targeted Tokyo with incendiary bombs, but it also caused catastrophic civilian casualties. LeMay, known for his relentless focus on strategic bombing, justified the operation as a necessary measure to end the war quickly. Despite the moral complexities, his methods were brutally effective. During the raid, tens of thousands of civilians perished in the inferno, and vast swathes of Tokyo were reduced to ashes. Lieutenant Robert Morgan, who had piloted the famed B-17 Memphis Belle over Europe, transitioned to flying B-29 bombers in the Pacific. He reflected on the psychological toll of such missions, recognizing the destruction they wrought while remaining committed to his duty. For airmen like Morgan, the firebombing raids were a grim reminder of the war's human cost. On the ground, survivors like Toshiko Saiki, a young Japanese civilian, recounted the horror of the attack. Her first-hand testimony, later recorded in post-war interviews, described the chaos and terror as families tried to escape the flames. Toshiko's story offered a poignant perspective on the suffering endured by civilians during the war. The Battle of Okinawa, beginning in April 1945, was the final major campaign of the Pacific War. The invasion, codenamed Operation Iceberg, involved over 800 U.S. troops, supported by a massive naval armada. Among the leaders was Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner, Jr., commander of the U.S. 10th Army. Buckner, known for his methodical approach, faced fierce resistance from Japanese forces entrenched in fortified positions. The battle became a grueling slog, with high casualties on both sides. Tragically, Buckner was killed near the battle's conclusion, making him the highest-ranking American officer to die in combat during World War II. Ernie Pyle, the celebrated war correspondent, was also present during the Okinawa campaign. Pyle's writings captured the grim realities of war from the perspective of the ordinary soldier. Tragically, Pyle himself was killed by enemy fire on Iishima, a small island near Okinawa, just months before the war's end. His death deeply affected the soldiers who had come to see him as a voice for their experiences. The ferocity of the Okinawa campaign was matched by the courage of medics like Desmond Doss, a conscientious objector who served as a combat medic with the 77th Infantry Division. Doss's unarmed heroics during the battle, where he saved dozens of wounded soldiers under intense fire, earned him the Medal of Honor. His story later became one of the most celebrated examples of selfless bravery in World War II. As the war approached its end, the U.S. faced the decision of how to bring Japan to surrender. President Harry S. Truman, who assumed office after Franklin D. Roosevelt's death in April 1945, grappled with the implications of deploying the newly developed atomic bomb. Key figures in this decision included Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson and physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, leader of the Manhattan Project. Oppenheimer, while proud of the scientific achievement, expressed moral reservations about the bomb's use. His famous quote, drawn from Hindu scripture, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," reflected the weight of this unprecedented weapon. The military brass, including General Leslie Groves, the project's director, and General LeMay, advocated for using the bomb to force Japan's surrender without a costly invasion. The decision was made to target Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities with military and industrial significance. For survivors like Setsuko Thurlow, a 13-year-old schoolgirl in Hiroshima, the bombings marked a moment of unimaginable devastation. Setsuko's later accounts described the harrowing aftermath as survivors faced horrific injuries and widespread destruction. Her voice became a crucial part of the post-war movement. On August 6, 1945, the B-29 Enola Gay, piloted by Colonel Paul Tibbets, dropped the atomic bomb, Little Boy, on Hiroshima. The blast killed tens of thousands instantly, with many more succumbing to injuries and radiation exposure in the weeks that followed. Tibbets, reflecting on his role, emphasized the mission's strategic necessity, though he remained a controversial figure for his lack of regret. The sheer magnitude of destruction caused by the bomb left even the aircrew stunned as they witnessed the mushroom cloud from a distance. 3 days later, on August 9, the B-29 Boxcar, commanded by Major Charles W. Sweeney, dropped Fat Men on Nagasaki. This second bombing solidified Japan's decision to surrender, though it came at the cost of thousands more lives. Amid the chaos, survivors, like Nagasaki doctor Takashi Nagai, provided critical medical care to the wounded, despite suffering from radiation sickness himself. Nagai's writings after the war offered a deeply human perspective on the tragedy, blending scientific insight with spiritual reflection. On August 15, 1945, Japan announced its surrender, marking the end of World War II. The formal signing of the surrender documents occurred on September 10th aboard the USS Missouri, with General Douglas MacArthur presiding over the ceremony. For figures like Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, the surrender represented the culmination of years of relentless effort and sacrifice. Nimitz's steady leadership throughout the Pacific Campaign had been instrumental in achieving victory. Civilians and soldiers alike rejoiced at the war's end. In cities across the U.S., spontaneous celebrations erupted as people embraced the news. For Pearl Harbor survivor Donald Stratton, the moment was bittersweet, a time to honor fallen comrades while looking forward to a world without war. The enduring legacy of those who lived through the war, from the heroes of Pearl Harbor to the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, remains a testament to resilience and the complexities of human conflict. The announcement of Japan's surrender on August 15th, 1945, set off jubilant celebrations worldwide. In Times Square, the iconic photograph of a sailor kissing a nurse, later identified as George Mendonça and Greta Zimmer-Friedman, captured the announcer immortalized in history, symbolized in the style of the divorce of bloodshed. Among the soldiers celebrating was Sergeant Bill Mauldin, the Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist whose Willie and Joe sketches had provided a humorous yet poignant glimpse into the life of the average infantryman. While Mauldin joined in the celebrations, he also reflected on the sacrifices made, his work serving as a tribute to the struggles and resilience of ordinary soldiers. Back in Hawaii, Pearl Harbor survivor Ray Chavez gathered with fellow veterans to mark the victory. Chavez, the oldest known Pearl Harbor survivor at the time of his passing, recalled the bittersweetness of the moment, remembering those who had not lived to see the war's conclusion. His quiet reflection contrasted with the exuberant street celebrations, underscoring the profound personal cost of the conflict. In the aftermath of the war, the world turned its attention to justice. The Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal, which began in May 1946, sought to hold Japanese leaders accountable for atrocities committed during the war. General Douglas MacArthur, now Supreme Commander of Allied powers, oversaw the occupation of Japan and the tribunal's proceedings. One of the most prominent figures on trial was Hideki Tojo, Japan's wartime prime minister. Tojo initially attempted suicide to avoid capture, but was revived and later tried. He accepted responsibility for Japan's actions during the war, though he argued that he had acted in the nation's interest. He was ultimately found guilty and executed in 1948. William Webb, the Australian jurist who presided over the tribunal, faced the immense challenge of balancing justice with the complexities of wartime decisions. The tribunal brought to light horrific accounts, including the Nanking Massacre and the Bataan Death March, offering closure to some and sparking debates about the fairness of victors' justice. As Japan transitioned from war to peace, MacArthur played a pivotal role in reshaping the nation. His approach combined strict oversight with efforts to rebuild and democratized Japan, a strategy that earned him both admiration and criticism. One of MacArthur's most impactful decisions was the drafting of a new constitution which emphasized pacifism, civil liberties, and women's rights. The process involved Japanese legal scholars like Hitoshi Ashida, who worked closely with American advisors to create a framework for a modern democracy. Dr. Takashi Nagai, a survivor of the Nagasaki bombing and a devout Catholic, became a symbol of reconciliation during the occupation. Past distrust, Dr. Takashi Nagai resonated deeply in a country grappling with its wartime legacy. A traditional system. Dr. Takashi Nagai, please send officers of wartime legacy. In the years following the war, efforts to heal both physical and emotional scars gained momentum. Clara Barton's Red Cross, which had provided aid throughout the conflict, expanded its role in supporting veterans and rebuilding communities. Pearl Harbor. Nurse Annie Fox, the first woman to receive the Purple Heart, worked tirelessly to aid those affected by the war. Her dedication to nursing extended beyond the battlefield, helping countless families rebuild their lives. Veterans like Audie Murphy, one of the most decorated soldiers of World War II, struggled with the psychological toll of combat. Murphy's openness about his battles with post-traumatic stress disorder, PSTS, helped bring attention to the condition, paving the way for future generations of soldiers to seek support. For many survivors, storytelling became a powerful tool for healing. Louis Zamperini, an Olympic athlete turned bombardier who survived being shot down and enduring torture in Japanese POW camps, shared his harrowing experiences in his memoir, Devil at My Heels. His story of resilience and forgiveness inspired millions. World War II's end reshaped international relations. The formation of the United Nations in 1945 sought to prevent future conflicts and foster cooperation among nations. Figures like Eleanor Roosevelt, who played a crucial role in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, became champions of a new global vision rooted in peace and justice. Back in Europe, the Nuremberg trials mirrored the Tokyo Tribunal, holding Nazi leaders accountable for war crimes. Prosecutors like Robert H. Jackson, an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, set precedents for international law. The trials not only brought justice, but also highlighted the importance of documenting atrocities to prevent them from fading into obscurity. As the world moved forward, the events of December 7th, 1941 remained a poignant reminder of the war's beginning. Survivors like Lauren Bruner, who narrowly escaped the sinking of the USS Arizona, dedicated themselves to preserving the memory of those lost. Bruner became an advocate for the creation of the USS Arizona Memorial, ensuring future generations would never forget the sacrifices made that day. Bruner became an advocate for the creation of the USS Arizona Memorial, ensuring future generations would never forget the sacrifice that was made. Each year, survivors and their families gathered at Pearl Harbor to honor the fallen. Stories shared during these commemorations, like that of Chief Boatswain Edwin Hill, who died securing the USS Nevada, kept alive the bravery and humanity of those who faced unimaginable odds. The efforts of individuals like Daniel Inouye, a Japanese American who became a decorated soldier in the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, further highlighted the interconnectedness of the war's legacy. Inouye's later political career, where he championed veterans' rights and reconciliation, served as a testament to the enduring bonds forged during the conflict. As the war ended, the achievements of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, an all-Japanese American unit, emerged as one of the most remarkable stories of World War II. Despite facing prejudice and suspicion at home, the 442nd became the most decorated unit for its size and length of service in U.S. military history. Men like Daniel Inouye, who would later become a U.S. Senator, exemplified the courage and sacrifice of the unit. Inouye lost his right arm during a heroic assault on German positions in Italy in 1945, continuing to lead his men and neutralize enemy threats despite his injuries. His valor earned him the Medal of Honor. Another notable member was Mike Masaoka, a key advocate for Japanese American rights and a driving force behind the unit's creation. Masaoka's efforts to bridge cultural divides reflected the broader struggle for acceptance faced by Japanese Americans, even as they proved their loyalty on the battlefield. Back in the United States, the families of these soldiers, many of whom had been confined to internment camps like Manzanar, awaited their return. The courage of the 442nd not only helped secure victory abroad, but also contributed to the gradual dismantling of discriminatory policies at home, laying the groundwork for civil rights advancements in the decades to come. World War II saw an unprecedented number of women step into roles traditionally held by men. Among them was Rosie the Riveter, the cultural icon representing the countless women who worked in factories and shipyards. While Rosie was a symbolic figure, real-life counterparts like Naomi Parker Fraley worked tirelessly to support the war effort, proving women's capabilities in industrial roles. In the military, the Women's Army Corps, WAC, and the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WESP pilots, showcased the crucial contributions of women in uniform. Jackie Cochran, the head of WASP, broke barriers as the first woman to fly a bomber across the Atlantic, paving the way for future generations of female aviators. Nurses like Frances Slanger, who served with the U.S. Army Nurse Corps, risked their lives to care for the wounded on the front lines. Slanger's poignant letters to her family described the emotional and physical toll of war, offering a deeply human perspective on the sacrifices made by women in service. Tragically, Slanger was killed by German artillery in 1944, a stark reminder of the dangers these women faced. The efforts of women during the war extended beyond the battlefield. Figures like Eleanor Roosevelt worked tirelessly to advocate for military families and promote social reforms, ensuring that the sacrifices of women were recognized and valued. For millions of soldiers, sailors, and airmen, The journey home marked the beginning of a new chapter. For some, like Donald Stratton, a survivor of the USS Arizona, returning home meant facing the long process of recovery and reintegration. Stratton underwent years of surgeries and reintegration to heal from the burns he suffered during the attack on Pearl Harbor, yet he remained resolute in honoring the memory of his fallen comrades. Bob Feller, a Hall of Famed baseball player, returned from serving aboard the USS Alabama to resume his career with the Cleveland Indians. Feller, like many athletes who enlisted, found solace in returning to the familiar rhythm of sports, which provided a sense of normalcy and unity in the post-war years. For others, the transition was fraught with challenges. Audie Murphy, the most decorated U.S. soldier of the war, struggled with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, then known as battle fatigue. Murphy's openness about his struggles helped bring attention to the psychological toll of combat and inspired greater support for returning veterans. In the years following the war, efforts to foster reconciliation and understanding between former adversaries began to take shape. Chune Sugihara, a Japanese diplomat who had saved thousands of Jewish refugees by issuing transit visas during the Holocaust, became a symbol of humanity's capacity for good, even amid the horrors of war. In the United States, Norman Mineta, a Japanese-American who had been interned at Heart Mountain as a child, emerged as a leading voice for reconciliation. Mineta's later career in politics, where he championed civil rights and worked to secure reparations for internment camp survivors, underscored the importance of confronting the past to build a better future. Meanwhile, in Japan, figures like Takashi Nagai, a survivor of the Nagasaki bombing, advocated for peace and forgiveness. Nagai's writings and public speeches emphasized the need to move beyond the devastation of war, fostering a spirit of hope and renewal. As the world sought to make sense of the war's devastation, efforts to memorialize those who had perished took on new urgency. The creation of the USS Arizona Memorial at Pearl Harbor, spearheaded by survivors and their families, became a powerful symbol of remembrance and resilience. Lauren Bruner, one of the last to escape the Arizona before it sank, dedicated his life to ensuring that the sacrifices of his shipmates would never be forgotten. Bruner's advocacy played a crucial role in preserving the legacy of Pearl Harbor and educating future generations about the importance of vigilance and unity. Across the Pacific, sites like the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park and the Chiron Peace Museum honored the memory of civilians and soldiers alike. Survivors, such as Setsuko Thurlow, who experienced the horrors of the atomic bomb firsthand, worked tirelessly to promote nuclear disarmament, ensuring that the lessons of the war would resonate for generations to come. In the pre-dawn hours of June 6, 1944, the English Channel churned under the weight of the greatest amphibious invasion fleet ever assembled. The rough seas mirrored the turbulent emotions within the heart of Private George Lane, a rifleman in the 29th Infantry Division. Clad in a waterlogged uniform, gripping his Montgarand, George crouched in the landing craft as waves broke over its sides. Around him, his comrades wore expressions that alternated between steely resolve and barely masked terror. Overhead, Allied bombers thundered toward the French coastline, their bellies laden with the hopes of millions. Not far from George, Captain Robert Bob Ramsey, a seasoned officer in the 82nd Airborne, steadied himself aboard a C-47 Skytrain. Packed into the plane's narrow fuselage with his men, Ramsey inspected their parachutes one last time, his mind racing through the countless variables that could spell disaster. Their mission was clear: to seize and secure key bridges and disrupt German reinforcements. But the sheer weight of responsibility bore down on him. In the pocket of his uniform lay a letter from his wife, Mary, written weeks earlier, full of encouragement and quiet fears she dared not voice. Across the channel, in the small village of Sainte-Mère-Église, 19-year-old Yvette Fournier hurriedly blacked out her farmhouse windows. Her father, a member of the French Resistance, had left days earlier, cryptically promising, "The storm is coming." Now, the rumble of distant artillery and the low drone of planes filled the night air. Yvette clutched her younger brother's hand as they listened, her heart torn between hope and dread. Liberation might be at hand, but at what cost? As the first landing craft reached Omaha Beach, chaos erupted. Machine gun fire ripped through the air, striking men before they could even disembark. George's boat hit a submerged obstacle, capsizing violently. Dragged under by his heavy gear, George fought to reach the surface, gasping for air in the blood-stained water. Around him, screams pierced the cacophony of explosions, the sea itself seeming to rise in rebellion against the invasion. This was no orderly assault. It was pure, unrelenting hell. The cold air stung Captain Ramsey's face as he leapt from the plane, the roar of flak cannons and the shouts of his men fading as the silk canopy of his parachute deployed. Below, the French countryside sprawled in shadows, broken only by the occasional flash of artillery. Ramsey scanned for landmarks, his heart pounding. They were far off course. Private Henry Hank Myers, a New Yorker with a knack for cracking jokes under pressure, landed in a tree, dangling helplessly as he cut himself free. Dropping to the ground, he froze at the sight of a German patrol mere yards away. Clutching his knife, Hank held his breath, praying the shadows concealed him. Meanwhile, Ramsey regrouped with a handful of his scattered men near a hedgerow. "We adapt. We survive," he told them, his voice steady despite the uncertainty. Their objective was still miles away, but retreat was not an option. As dawn approached, the small unit moved cautiously through the enemy-occupied terrain, every step a gamble between discovery and survival. In Santa Maria, Yvette watched in awe as paratroopers descended like spectres from the heavens. One landed hard in her garden, his leg twisted unnaturally beneath him. Without hesitation, Yvette and her brother dragged the injured soldier into their barn, whispering reassurances in broken English. The paratrooper, Private Samuel Sam O'Connor, from Wisconsin, grimaced in pain, but managed a grateful smile. "Merci," he murmured, clutching his rifle. Yvette's father had always emphasized the importance of aiding the Allies, and now the moment had arrived. Yvette armed herself with her father's hunting rifle, ready to defend their home against any Germans who might investigate. George Lane staggered onto the sands of Omaha Beach, his lungs burning and his ears ringing. Around him, the bodies of his comrades littered the shore, the tide mercilessly pulling at the fallen. Finding cover behind a steel barrier, George loaded his rifle, his hands trembling. A lieutenant barked orders, rallying the survivors to push forward. Overhead, naval bombardments pounded the German fortifications, but the machine gun nests remained relentless. George followed the lieutenant's lead, charging up the beach. A burst of gunfire narrowly missed him, striking the soldier beside him instead. Grief and rage propelled George forward, his world reduced to the immediate tasks of survival. Pinned behind a steel hedgehog on Omaha Beach, George Lane braced himself against the onslaught. The air was thick with smoke, screams, and the metallic tang of blood. Beside him, a young medic, Corporal Alan Fisher, was frantically trying to bandage a soldier whose leg had been shredded by shrapnel. Alan's hands shook as he worked, his training fighting a losing battle against the sheer chaos around him. "You're doing fine, Doc," George muttered, his voice barely audible over the din. He didn't know where the encouragement came from. Perhaps it was an instinct to keep morale alive in the face of despair. Alan nodded, finishing his work before crawling to the next injured man. A whistle cut through the noise, and George turned to see the lieutenant signaling a push forward. "Move!" George barked, dragging himself up and sprinting toward the nearest piece of cover. Machine gun fire strafed the sand, forcing him to dive headlong into a crater. He barely had time to catch his breath before another soldier landed beside him, his face pale and his helmet askew. "I can't do this," the man stammered, clutching his rifle like a lifeline. George stared at him for a moment before gripping his shoulder. "You don't have to do it alone," he said, pulling him to his feet. Together, they pressed on, each step a testament to human endurance. In Sainte-Marie-Église, Yvette Fournier watched the paratrooper, Sam O'Connor, grit his teeth as she tightened a makeshift splint around his leg. Outside, the distant sound of gunfire grew louder, a reminder that their safety was tenuous at best. "You stay quiet," Yvette whispered in English, her voice low but firm. Sam nodded, his face lined with pain. Her younger brother Pierre peered nervously through a crack in the barn door. "Germans," he whispered, his voice trembling. Yvette grabbed the hunting rifle her father had left behind, her heart pounding. She had never fired it at another human being before, but desperation left her no choice. As the German soldiers approached, Yvette steadied her aim. A single shot rang out, and one of the soldiers dropped, clutching his shoulder. The others scattered, yelling orders. Yvette slammed the barn door shut, her hands shaking. Sam gestured for her to come closer, his face pale but resolute. "Take map," he rasped, pulling a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Vital for mission." Yvette hesitated but nodded, slipping the map into her apron. Whatever happened next, she knew she was now a part of something far larger than herself. Captain Bob Ramsey and his men crept through the dense Norman countryside, every rustle of leaves setting their nerves on edge. The scattered paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne had regrouped into small units, each trying to find their way to their objectives. For Ramsey's squad, the mission was clear: to block German reinforcements. Hank Myers brought up the rear, his usual humor replaced by a tense silence. As they reached a clearing, Ramsey signaled a halt. Through his binoculars, he could see the crossroads ahead, guarded by a handful of German soldiers. The odds weren't great, but they were manageable. Pointing to the copse, Hank Myers brought up the rear, guarded by a handful of German soldiers. The odds weren't great, but they were manageable. "We hit fast and hard," Ramsey whispered. "Myers, flank left. Carter, take the right. The rest of you, with me." As the men moved into position, Ramsey felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He had seen too many promising young soldiers cut down before they could fulfill their potential. But there was no room for hesitation here. The ambush unfolded in seconds, a volley of gunfire, shouts in German, and the deafening roar of grenades. When the smoke cleared, the crossroads were theirs. Ramsey allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction before rallying his men. The fight was far from over. At Point du Hoc, Lieutenant Colonel James Rudder led the 2nd Ranger Battalion in an assault as daring as it was deadly. Their mission: scale the sheer cliffs under enemy fire to destroy a battery of German artillery threatening the beaches below. Sergeant William Bill Carter, a wiry Texan with an unshakable drawl, scrambled up the rope ladder, his rifle slung over his back. Bullets whizzed past, and chunks of rock tumbled down as German defenders fired from above. "Keep moving," Rudder shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Bill gritted his teeth, his muscles burning as he climbed. Reaching the top, he rolled onto the plateau and immediately raised his weapon, firing at a German soldier who had been lining up a shot. "Oh, look who's still here." Bill raised his weapon, cocking it enough for Bill to see the German soldier who had been lining up a shot. The summit was a grim tableau of smoke, fire, and bodies. The Rangers pressed forward, taking out one gun emplacement after another. When they finally reached the artillery battery, they discovered the guns had been moved inland. Undeterred, Rudder ordered a search, and the Rangers found the weapons concealed in a nearby orchard. Using thermite grenades, they rendered the guns inoperable, securing a hard-won victory. Exhausted but triumphant, Bill leaned against a crater's edge, looking out over the carnage below. The beach, littered with landing craft and bodies, was a stark reminder of the cost of their mission. Corporal Alan Fisher scrambled across the chaos of Omaha Beach, his medic armband soaked with seawater and blood. His kit bag was nearly empty, its contents used to stabilize dozens of men, many of whom wouldn't survive the day. Ahead, a young soldier lay crumpled in the sand, his screams muffled by the deafening artillery fire. Alan dropped beside him, pulling out a tourniquet. "Stay with me, soldier," he said, his voice firm but kind. The boy, no older than 19, looked up at him, terror in his eyes. "Am I gonna make it?" he asked, his voice trembling. Alan didn't answer immediately. He focused on stopping the bleeding, his hands moving with practiced efficiency despite his rising exhaustion. "I'm here," he said, finally. "That's all you need to think about." When the boy passed out from shock, Alan dragged him to a makeshift triage point behind a shattered landing craft. Nearby, a senior medic gave Alan a nod of acknowledgement. They both knew the odds of survival were slim for many of their patients, but their duty was clear: save as many as possible, no matter the cost. In Sainte-Marie-Église, the sounds of battle drew closer, and Yvette Fournier steeled herself for what lay ahead. The German soldiers who had investigated earlier would undoubtedly return, this time in greater numbers. Sam O'Connor, the wounded paratrooper she had taken in, gestured for her to bring the map closer. "Bridge," he muttered, pointing to a marked location. "They need to hold it." His voice was weak, but his determination was unmistakable. Yvette nodded, understanding the importance of the mission, even if the specifics eluded her. With Pierre at her side, she slipped out of the barn, leaving Sam hidden beneath a pile of hay. Her heart pounded as she navigated the narrow streets of the village, avoiding German patrols. The town square was eerily quiet, save for the occasional burst of gunfire in the distance. As Yvette turned a corner, she nearly collided with a group of Allied paratroopers, their uniforms dusty and blood-stained. Among them was Captain Bob Ramsey, his eyes scanning the street for threats. Yvette hesitated only briefly before showing him the map. "This is from an American," she said in halting English. Ramsey's eyes lit up as he examined the map, recognizing its significance. "You just saved a lot of lives," he told her. "Not all who fought on D-Day carried rifles or commanded troops. Among the lesser-known participants were engineers like Sergeant Paul Sparks Anderson, tasked with clearing obstacles and mines on the beaches. Sparks and his team were among the first to land, their mission critical to ensuring the success of the invasion. Under heavy fire, Sparks crawled through the sand, carrying a satchel of explosives. His job was to disable a line of deadly Rommel's asparagus, wooden stakes rigged to impale landing craft. Each step forward was a gamble, with German snipers targeting anything that moved. "Sparks, hurry!" his lieutenant shouted, pointing to an approaching landing craft that would be impaled if the stakes weren't cleared. Sparks gritted his teeth, setting the charges with shaking hands. As the timer ticked down, he dove for cover, the explosion sending splinters of wood and sand into the air. The stakes were gone, but the cost was steep. Sparks looked back to see that half his team hadn't survived the crossing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Their sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. Captain Ramsey's unit, bolstered by the intelligence provided by Yvette, reached the bridge marked on Sam's map just as the first German reinforcements arrived. Ramsey set his men into defensive positions, using the natural cover of the hedgerows. "This bridge is the key to the whole sector," he told them. "We hold it, no matter what." Hank Myers manned a machine gun, his usual wit replaced by grim determination. "They're coming," he shouted as the first German vehicles appeared on the road. The battle that followed was brutal and unrelenting. The Americans were outgunned, but their superior positioning and sheer resolve kept the enemy at bay. Amid the chaos, Yvette and Pierre worked to ferry ammunition and supplies to the soldiers. Their bravery did not go unnoticed. "You're one hell of a fighter," Hank said to Yvette during a brief lull in the fighting. She nodded, her face set in determination. The tide of the battle turned when Allied reinforcements arrived, their Sherman tanks roaring onto the scene. The Germans retreated, leaving the battered but victorious defenders in control of the bridge. Ramsey looked at his men, their faces streaked with dirt and sweat. "We did it," he said quietly, though the weight of the day's losses was evident in his voice. As night fell over Normandy, George Lane sat by a small fire with a handful of his surviving comrades. The day's horrors played on a loop in his mind, the friends he had lost, the faces of the wounded, the sheer madness of it all. Alan Fisher joined him, his hands stained with blood that no amount of scrubbing could remove. "How do we do this?" Alan asked, his voice hollow. "How do we keep going?" George didn't have an answer. Instead, he handed Alan a piece of stale bread from his rations. "One day at a time," he said. The two men sat in silence, the sounds of distant artillery a constant reminder that the battle was far from over. Yet, in that quiet moment, there was a shared understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of war. On a ridge overlooking Omaha Beach, Private Thomas "Tommy" Dunn stood with his rifle slung over his shoulder, staring at the endless waves of the channel. The bodies of fallen comrades lay scattered across the sand below, some crumpled in unnatural positions, others still gripping their weapons. The tide lapped at their boots, an indifferent rhythm against the day's carnage. Tommy's unit had been tasked with burying the dead, a grim duty that offered no respite from the horrors of war. He dug graves alongside men who, just hours earlier, had fought with him shoulder to shoulder. "Don't think about it," Sergeant McCall said, his tone flat but resolute. "You do the job, and you move on." But Tommy couldn't stop thinking. Every face he buried seemed etched into his memory. A name tag caught his eye, P.T.J. Harrington, and Tommy paused, swallowing hard. They had played cards together on the transport ship the night before. Now, Harrington was gone, reduced to a name on a makeshift cross. As night fell, Tommy stood among the rows of freshly dug graves. The weight of loss pressed heavy on his chest, but he also felt a flicker of resolve. "I'll remember you," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the wind. In the dimly lit cellar of a farmhouse near Sainte-Mère-Église, Yvette Fournier stood among a group of French resistance fighters, her face illuminated by the faint glow of a kerosene lamp. Pierre sat beside her, his youthful enthusiasm tempered by the day's events. On the table before them lay the map provided by Sam O'Connor, now marked with updated German troop movements. A grizzled man named Marcel, the resistance leader, traced a route with his finger. "This is where we strike," he said, his voice low but commanding. "Cry out," he said. "My God, is this thing?" The plan was simple, but dangerous. Ambush a German convoy transporting supplies to the front lines. Yvette volunteered without hesitation, her resolve unshaken, despite the risks. Pierre insisted on coming along, and though Yvette wanted to protect him, she knew she couldn't stop him. The ambush unfolded at dawn. Yvette crouched behind a hedgerow, her heart pounding as the sound of approaching trucks grew louder. At Marcel's signal, she fired the first shot, shattering the windshield of the lead vehicle. Chaos erupted as the resistance fighters attacked from all sides, their determination outweighing their limited firepower. When the smoke cleared, the convoy lay in ruins. Yvette clutched her rifle, her hands trembling. Pierre stood beside her, his wide eyes reflecting both fear and exhilaration. "We did it," he said, his voice filled with wonder. Yvette nodded, knowing this victory was just one small step in a much larger fight. Lieutenant Colonel James Rudder leaned against a shattered wall at Point du Hoc, his body battered and his spirit weary. The 2nd Ranger Battalion had accomplished their mission, but the cost had been staggering. Of the 225 men who had scaled the cliffs that morning, fewer than 100 remained combat efficient. Rudder watched as medics tended to the wounded, their faces grim as they worked. Among them was Sergeant Bill Carter, his arm in a makeshift sling, but his attitude as defiant as ever. "We gave 'em hell, sir," Bill said, forcing a grin despite the pain. "If we were down—" He looked over at Bill, then pointed to the wounded. "A mixture of medics, Bill, Moran, Emelian, and McCall." Rudda nodded, but his thoughts were far from celebratory. The Germans had launched several counterattacks throughout the day, forcing the Rangers to defend their hard-won position with dwindling supplies and sheer determination. Each wave had been repelled, but the toll was evident in the bloodied faces and empty gazes of his men. As night fell, Rudda addressed his remaining troops. "We've done what we came here to do," he said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion. "But this is just the beginning. The road to victory is long, and it will demand everything we have. Rest while you can. Tomorrow, we fight again." Private First Class Danny Miller sat in the corner of a hastily constructed foxhole, his back against the damp earth. In his lap was a crumpled piece of paper, a letter to his younger sister Mary. He had started writing it on the transport ship before the landings, but now the words felt hollow. "Dear Mary," he had written, "by the time you read this, I'll probably be back home telling you all about France. Don't let Dad worry too much. This isn't as dangerous as they make it sound." Danny stared at the letter, the lies glaring back at him. He hadn't had the heart to rewrite it, nor the courage to throw it away. Around him, the sounds of the makeshift camp filled the air. Men murmuring, equipment clinking, the occasional distant crack of gunfire. Beside him, Corporal Alan Fisher sat cleaning his medical tools. "Writing home?" Alan asked, glancing at the paper. Danny hesitated before nodding. "Trying to," he said, not sure what to say anymore. Alan offered a small, understanding smile. "Tell them the truth," he said. "Not the horror, maybe, but the rest. The courage, the camaraderie. They'll want to know who you are out here." Danny nodded, folding the letter carefully and tucking it into his pocket. He wasn't ready to send it yet, but Alan's words gave him hope. Maybe, someday, he would be. By the third day of the invasion, the skies over Normandy were thick with dark clouds, a stark contrast to the fiery battles raging below. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit had pushed inland, securing vital crossroads and linking up with other Allied forces. But the German resistance was growing fiercer, and every mile gained came at a steep cost. "Intel says there's a Panzer division regrouping to the east," Ramsey told his men during a hastily convened briefing. "If they counterattack, we'll be caught between their armor and the sea." Hank Myers, ever the realist, let out a low whistle. "So, what's the plan, sir? Magic wands?" Ramsey cracked a rare smile. "No wands, Myers, just grit. We dig in, hold this line, and pray the flyboys do their job." As the men fortified their position, A sense of foreboding settled over the camp. Yvette Fournier arrived with a fresh report from the resistance, her presence a reminder of the stakes at hand. "The Germans won't stop," she said quietly. "Not until you force them to." Ramsay nodded, her words echoing the unspoken truth they all felt. The battle for Normandy was far from over, and the cost of victory would only grow. Under the cover of darkness, Captain Ramsay led his men deeper into enemy territory. The countryside was eerily still, the only sounds, the occasional rustle of leaves, or the distant rumble of artillery. The mission was simple in concept, but fraught with danger. Secure the village of Carentan to establish a vital link between Omaha and Utah beaches. Private Hank Mayes adjusted his helmet, muttering under his breath. "Feels like walking into a trap," he said. Ramsay glanced back, his expression unreadable. "It might be," he replied quietly, "but we don't have a choice." As they approached the outskirts of Carentan, the silence was shattered by a burst of machine gun fire. The Germans had fortified the village, their positions hidden among the rubble of bombed-out buildings. Ramsay barked orders, directing his men to take cover and return fire. For hours the battle raged, each street and building contested with relentless determination. By dawn, the village was in Allied hands, but at a heavy cost. Ramsay walked through the smoke-filled streets, his heart heavy as he counted the dead and wounded. "We did what we had to," he told himself, though the words offered little solace. Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad had been tasked with a critical mission: secure a bridge over the Douve River before the Germans could destroy it. The bridge was essential for the Allies' push inland, but it was also a prime target for demolition. Approaching the bridge under the cover of night, Simon felt the weight of the mission pressing down on him. He knew the Germans would be expecting them, and the margin for error was razor thin. The first explosion rocked the night as a German mortar round struck nearby, scattering the squad. Simon shouted for his men to regroup, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Moving quickly, they secured the bridge, defusing charges set by the retreating enemy. But the Germans didn't give up easily. A counterattack came at dawn, with enemy troops pouring across the river in an attempt to retake the position. Simon's men cutting down wave after wave of attackers. When the battle finally subsided, the bridge remained standing, a testament to their courage and determination. For Private St. O'Connor, being behind enemy lines wasn't a choice, it was survival. After parachuting into the chaos of Sainte-Mère-Église, he had found refuge with Yvette Fournier and her family. Now, with his wounds mostly healed, he was eager to rejoin the fight. Yvette Etze, however, had other plans. "You'll die out there," she said, her voice firm. "Stay here. Help us instead." Sam hesitated, torn between his duty and his gratitude to the woman who had saved his life. Finally, he nodded. "All right," he said. "What do you need me to do?" Together, they worked with the resistance to sabotage German supply lines, disrupt communications, and gather intelligence for the advancing Allies. Sam quickly earned the respect of the resistance fighters, his military training complementing their guerrilla tactics. But the risks were ever present. During one mission, a German patrol nearly captured Sam and Yvette as they planted explosives on a railway bridge. They escaped only by diving into the icy waters below, their bodies bruised and shivering, but their spirits unbroken. By the 6th day of the invasion, the beaches were secure, but the battle for Normandy had only just begun. The Allies faced fierce resistance as they pushed inland, each mile contested with brutal intensity. In a makeshift command post near the front lines, General Dwight D. Eisenhower studied a map of the region, his face etched with fatigue. "We knew this wouldn't be easy," he said to his staff. "But we've got the momentum. Now we just need to keep it." On the front lines, soldiers like Private Danny Miller bore the brunt of the fighting. Danny's squad had been tasked with taking a heavily fortified German position on a hill overlooking the town of Saint-Lô. The approach was a nightmare of machine gun fire, mortar shells, and barbed wire. Danny moved with grim determination, his rifle clutched tightly in his hands. He had stopped thinking about the danger. Survival had become instinct. When the order came to charge, he sprang forward, his boots crunching against the gravel as bullets whizzed past his head. The hill was taken, but at a staggering cost. As Danny looked down at the battlefield below, littered with the bodies of friend and foe alike, he felt a strange mix of relief and sorrow. "We're still here," he muttered, though the words offered little comfort. In a field hospital near Omaha Beach, Nurse Margaret Maggie Hart worked tirelessly to save the wounded. The tent was a cacophony of groans, cries, and hurried commands, the air heavy with the scent of antiseptic and blood. Maggie had been a nurse for years, but nothing had prepared her for the scale of suffering she witnessed in Normandy. Each patient was a battle unto itself, each life saved a small victory against the tide of death. One night, a young soldier named Charlie was brought in, his leg shattered by shrapnel. Maggie worked quickly, her hands steady despite the chaos around her. "You're going to be all right," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. Charlie looked at her with tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. But not every story had a happy ending. When a mortar shell struck the hospital the next day, Maggie shielded a patient with her own body, taking the brunt of the blast. She survived, but the injuries left her unable to continue her work. As she was evacuated to England, she thought of the lives she had touched and the sacrifices she had made. As the Allies pushed deeper into Normandy, the terrain transformed into a nightmarish labyrinth of hedgerows. These thick, ancient embankments, originally built to divide farmland, became the perfect defensive positions for the Germans. For Captain Bob Ramsey's men, every step forward felt like an ambush waiting to happen. "We can't see a damn thing," muttered Private Hank Myers, wiping sweat from his brow as he crouched behind a hedgerow. "Feels like they're watching us, and we're blind." Ramsey signaled for the unit to advance cautiously. The air was tense, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. Suddenly, machine gun fire erupted from the other side of the hedge, cutting through the humid summer air. The men hit the ground, scrambling for cover as bullets zipped overhead. Using grenades and sheer determination, the unit fought their way through the hedgerow, eventually silencing the German gunner. But the victory was hollow. Several men lay wounded or dead, their blood soaking into the fertile French soil. As night fell, Ramsey gathered his exhausted soldiers. "This is their home turf," he said grimly, "but we'll make it ours." In the skies above Normandy, a Lieutenant Jack Weston piloted his P-47 Thunderbolt, scanning the horizon for enemy aircraft. The Allied air campaign was critical in maintaining the momentum of the invasion, providing cover for ground troops and disrupting German supply lines. Jack's squadron had been tasked with taking out a German convoy heading toward Quarantine. Flying at treetop level to avoid detection, Jack could see the trucks and tanks snaking along a narrow road below. "We've got them," he radioed to his wingman, Lieutenant Charlie Yates. Diving toward the convoy, Jack unleashed a volley of rockets, the explosions tearing through the line of vehicles. Anti-aircraft fire lit up the sky as the Germans scrambled to respond. Jack's plane shuddered as flak burst nearby, but he stayed focused, lining up another target. The mission was a success, but not without cost. Charlie's plane was hit, and Jack watched helplessly as it spiraled toward the ground. As he returned to base, Jack couldn't shake the image of his friend's final moments. "Another one gone," he muttered, his knuckles white on the controls. Yvette Fournier and Private Sam O'Connor worked tirelessly with the French resistance to aid Allied troops stranded behind enemy lines. Their makeshift network, dubbed the Underground Railroad, smuggled soldiers to safety while sabotaging German operations. One night, Yvette and Sam guided a group of paratroopers through the dense woods outside Sainte-Mère-Église. The soldiers, weary and injured, moved silently, their faces etched with determination. Yvette led the way, her intimate knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable. As they approached a safe house, the distant roar of engines sent a chill through the group. "German patrol," Sam whispered, signaling for everyone to take cover. The group crouched in the underbrush, hearts pounding as a convoy of trucks passed by, their headlights cutting through the darkness. When the danger passed, Yvette turned to the men. "We're almost there," she said softly. Despite the fear and exhaustion, her resolve never wavered. The group reached the safe house just before dawn, their journey another small victory in the face of overwhelming odds. In the lull between battles, Private Danny Miller sat alone in a foxhole, staring at the letter he had written to his sister, Mary. The paper was crumpled and stained, its words a bittersweet reminder of a life that now felt distant. "Dear Mary," he had written, "I don't know if I'll ever see you again, but I want you to know how much you mean to me. Tell Mom and Dad I'm doing my best and that I think about them every day." Danny folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his breast pocket. He had seen too many friends die with unsent letters in their pockets, their final words lost to the chaos of war. Nearby, Corporal Alan Fisher was cleaning his rifle. "Writing home?" he asked, his voice casual. Danny nodded, unsure what to say. Alan offered a small smile. "You should send it. They need to know you're still fighting for them." Danny didn't reply, but Alan's words stayed with him. Later that night, as he sat by the light of a makeshift lantern, he added a final line to the letter. "No matter what happens, I love you." St. Lo was a key strategic objective for the Allies, but taking the city was a grueling endeavor. Lieutenant Colonel James Rudder and his Rangers had been assigned to spearhead the assault, their mission fraught with danger at every turn. The Germans had fortified the city with machine gun nests, sniper positions, and artillery emplacements. Every street became a battlefield, every building a stronghold. The Rangers moved cautiously, using smoke grenades and coordinated fire to advance. Sergeant Bill Carter, his arm still in a sling, led a small team tasked with clearing a church tower where a German sniper had pinned down their unit. Moving through the rubble-strewn streets, Bill directed his men with precision, their trust in him unwavering. As they reached the tower, Bill signaled for silence. The sniper fired again, the shot echoing through the empty streets. Bill's team stormed the building, their movements swift and coordinated. Within minutes, the sniper was neutralized, and the Rangers continued their advance. By the end of the day, St. Lo was in Allied hands. Rudder surveyed the ruins from a hill overlooking the city, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what it had cost. "We're one step closer," he said quietly, though the victory felt bittersweet. In the aftermath of the battle, Yvette Fournier found herself wandering the streets of St. Lo, now a shattered shell of its former self. The sight of the ruined buildings and displaced civilians brought back memories of her own family's loss when the Germans first occupied Normandy. When the Germans first occupied Normandy, events flooded her with remembrance. She passed a group of American soldiers handing out rations to a line of refugees. Among them was Sam O'Connor, his face lighting up when he saw her. "Yvette," he called, jogging over. "You're a sight for sore eyes." "You all right?" he asked. "You all right?" he asked. Yvette smiled faintly, but said no. "Come." Yvette smiled faintly, but said no. "You all right?" he asked. "You are okay? Well? You suffer from fear." "I'm fine," she replied, though her voice wavered. "It's just everything, the war, the loss. Sometimes it feels like it'll never end." Sam nodded, his own thoughts heavy with the memories of friends lost in battle. "We keep going," he said quietly, "for them, for what we're fighting for." Yvette looked at him, her resolve returning. "You're right," she said. "We keep going." July 25th, 1944, the Allies launched Operation Cobra, a massive offensive aimed at breaking through the German defences in Normandy and opening a path to the rest of France. The air roared with the sound of bombers, their payloads pulverizing German strongholds along the front. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit was among the first to move after the bombardment. "This is it, boys," he shouted over the din of engines and distant explosions. "We're punching through today." The assault began with an eerie quiet. The German positions had been decimated, and for a brief moment it seemed as though the Allies would advance unopposed. But as the soldiers moved deeper, resistance stiffened. German machine guns, hidden in reinforced bunkers, opened fire, cutting through the ranks. Ramsey's men fought with everything they had, using grenades and flamethrowers to clear the bunkers one by one. By the end of the day they had secured their objective, but the cost was high. "This isn't just a victory," Ramsey murmured as he surveyed the battlefield. "It's a statement. We're coming for them." For Private Danny Miller, Operation Cobra was a turning point. As the battle raged, he clung to the letter he had written to his sister, the one he still hadn't sent. Pinned down by German fire, Danny's squad took cover in a shallow trench. His friend, Corporal Alan Fisher, grinned despite the chaos. "You still got that letter?" Alan asked. Danny nodded, patting his pocket. "You know it." "Good," Alan said. "Means you still got something to live for." The words stuck with Danny as the squad pushed forward, eventually capturing a German position. But Alan didn't make it. A mortar shell claimed his life during the final assault. That night, Danny sat in the silence of the camp, rewriting the letter. "Dear Mary," he wrote, "I lost a friend today. He told me something before it happened, something I'll never forget. I have something to live for, and that's you and our family. I'll send this soon, I promise." Yvette Fournier stood in the town square of Saint-Lô, now filled with Allied soldiers and jubilant civilians. The town, though battered, was finally free. For Yvette, the moment was bittersweet. The joy of liberation was tempered by the losses her community had endured. Sam O'Connor, now officially reattached to the U.S. Army, approached her. "Feels good, doesn't it?" he said, gesturing to the cheering crowd. Yvette nodded. "It's what we've been fighting for," she said. "But the war isn't over yet." Sam looked at her, admiration in his eyes. "You've done more than most soldiers," he said. "Don't forget that." Yvette smiled faintly. "Neither should you." As the sun set over the ruins of the town, the two shared a quiet moment. The weight of the war momentarily lifted by the promise of freedom. With the success of Operation Cobra, the path to Paris lay open. General Patton's Third Army spearheaded the advance, moving with speed and precision. Among the ranks was Lieutenant Simon Carter, whose squad had been reassigned to Patton's unit. "Keep up, boys," Simon shouted as their convoy roared down a dusty road. "Patton doesn't stop for anyone." The journey was fraught with danger. German ambushes, mines, and snipers turned every mile into a gauntlet. Simon's squad encountered a roadblock near the village of Avranches, where German forces had set up a defensive line. Under heavy fire, Simon led his men in a flanking maneuver, using the terrain to their advantage. The Germans, caught off guard, were forced to retreat. As the squad regrouped, Simon allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. "We're getting closer," he said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion etched on his face. "One step at a time." In a quiet moment between battles, Captain Ramsey's unit shared a rare meal around a campfire. The men, hardened by weeks of relentless combat, found solace in each other's company. Private Hank Myers, usually the joker of the group, was uncharacteristically quiet. "What's on your mind, Myers?" Ramsey asked. Pank looked up, his expression somber. "Just thinking about the guys we've lost," he said. "Feels like we're leaving pieces of ourselves behind with them." Ramsey nodded. "We are," he said. "But that's what makes us a unit. We carry each other, even when some of us can't keep going." The words resonated with the men, their silence speaking volumes. As the fire crackled and the stars shone above, they found strength in their shared bond, knowing it was the only thing keeping them going. Yvette Fournier and the French Resistance launched a daring raid on a German supply depot near Falaise. The mission was critical. The depot supplied fuel and ammunition to German forces attempting to regroup after Operation Cobra. Sam O'Connor, now an honorary member of the resistance, played a key role in the operation. "Stick to the plan," he reminded the group as they approached the depot under cover of darkness. "In and out, no heroics." The raid went off like clockwork. Explosives were planted, guards neutralized, and supplies destroyed. But as they made their escape, the Germans raised the alarm. A fierce firefight erupted, the resistance fighters using the terrain to outmaneuver their pursuers. By the time they reached safety, the depot was in flames, its destruction a severe blow to the German war effort. Yvette looked at Sam, her face flushed with adrenaline. "We did it," she said, her voice filled with both relief and determination. "We're not done yet," Seven replied, "but this is a start." As August 1944 progressed, the Allies neared the Seine River, the last major natural barrier before Paris. Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad was tasked with securing a bridge near Vernon to ensure the rapid advance of Patton's forces. The Germans had heavily fortified the area, determined to slow the Allied momentum. Simon briefed his men under the cover of night, outlining the high-risk plan to neutralize enemy positions before the engineers could secure the bridge. The attack began at dawn. Smoke grenades shrouded the riverbank as Simon's squad advanced. The crack of gunfire and explosions deafening. Private Mark Ellis, the youngest in the squad, showed remarkable courage, charging a machine gun nest and saving his comrades at great personal risk. By the day's end, the bridge was under Allied control. Simon stood on its battered surface, watching as tanks and troops poured across. "Paris is next," he said, the weight of the war momentarily eclipsed by the hope of liberation. In the occupied city of Chartres, Yvette Fournier and her resistance network worked to undermine German operations. Intelligence had revealed that a German command post was hidden in the cathedral, a symbol of hope for the local population. I have found so much valuable material in the preparation of this story. The mission required precision and stealth, posing as civilians attending evening mass. Yvette and her team infiltrated the cathedral. Sam Alcona, now fluent in blending into the resistance, stood guard near the entrance. Inside, Yvette planted a listening device near the command post, carefully avoiding detection. The tension was palpable, the faint sound of soldiers' voices in the distance keeping her on edge. As she exited the cathedral, the bells began to toll, a signal of hope for the townspeople. Sam caught her gaze and gave a subtle nod. Their work was far from over, but this small victory was a reminder that, even in the darkest shadows, light could prevail. August 27th, 1944. After weeks of relentless fighting, Paris was finally within reach. The streets echoed with the sound of gunfire and the cheers of jubilant Parisians as Allied forces and resistance fighters closed in on the German occupiers. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit was among the first to enter the city. Keep your eyes open, he warned his men as they moved through the narrow streets. The Germans had not fully surrendered, and snipers lurked in the ruins. The unit joined forces with resistance fighters, including Yvette Fournier and Sam O'Connor. Yvette's familiarity with the city proved invaluable as she guided Ramsay's men through the chaos. At the Hotel de Ville, the Allied flag was raised to a chorus of cheers. Ramsay, standing beside Yvette and Sam, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "We did it," he said simply. Yvette's eyes filled with tears. "No," she replied, "France did it, together." As Paris celebrated its liberation, the cost of freedom became starkly clear. The streets were littered with debris, and the hospitals overflowed with the wounded. For Private Danny Miller, the victory was bittersweet. Walking through a makeshift infirmary, Danny saw familiar faces, comrades who had fought alongside him, now bearing the scars of battle. He found himself drawn to a young soldier who had lost both legs in the final assault. "Hey, soldier," Danny said softly, sitting beside the man's cot. "What's your name?" "Tommy," the soldier replied, his voice weak. "From Kansas." Danny smiled faintly. "I'm from New York. You fought hard out there, Tommy." The young man's eyes glistened. "Think I'll ever get home?" Danny nodded firmly. "You will. And when you do, you'll tell them what we did here, what you did here." As Danny walked away, he pulled out his letter to Mary. It was time to send it. In the days following the liberation, Paris began to come alive again. Shops reopened, children played in the streets, and musicians filled the air with songs of hope. Yvette Fournier watched it all with a mix of pride and sorrow. Sam O'Connor found her sitting on the steps of the Sacre-Cœur Basilica. "You look like someone carrying the weight of the world," he said, sitting beside her. Yvette smiled faintly. "I've fought for this moment for so long," she said. "Now that it's here, I don't know what to feel." "You?" Sam nodded. "It's the same for all of us. But this is what we've been fighting for." As the sun set over the city, casting a golden glow over its rooftops, Yvette allowed herself to hope. The war was not over, but for the first time in years, the future seemed within reach. With Paris liberated, the Allies turned their focus to pushing the Germans back toward their homeland. The soldiers of the Normandy campaign, now battle-hardened, faced the next phase of the war with grim determination. Captain Ramsay's unit was reassigned to General Patton's Third Army, tasked with advancing into the Ardennes. Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad, now veterans of countless battles, prepared for the brutal winter ahead. Meanwhile, Yvette Fournier and Sam O'Connor continued their work with the resistance, now focused on aiding the Allies as they moved deeper into occupied Europe. For them, the fight was far from over. As the Allies pushed forward, the soldiers, civilians, and resistance fighters who had endured the Normandy campaign carried with them the memory of those who had fallen. Their sacrifices were a reminder of the price of freedom and the resilience of the human spirit. The autumn of 1944 brought new challenges as Allied forces pushed eastward. The drive to the Rhine River became the primary objective, a symbolic and strategic goal in the path to Germany. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit found itself caught in the brutal fighting near Aachen, the first German city to face an Allied assault. The streets were a maze of rubble, each building a potential death trap. "Clear the upper floors," Ramsey shouted as his men stormed a bombed-out apartment complex. German snipers had turned the building into a fortress, pinning down the advancing troops. Private Hank Myers led the charge, his Browning automatic rifle blazing as he covered his squad. "Go, go, go!" he bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. By nightfall, the unit had secured the position, but the toll was heavy. As Ramsey surveyed the destruction, he muttered, "We're on their soil now. They're not giving it up easily." In the lulls between battles, soldiers found solace in writing letters. For Private Danny Miller, each letter to his sister Mary was an anchor to a world far removed from the war. But as the weeks wore on, Danny struggled to find the words. Sitting under a makeshift shelter during a rainstorm, he pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Around him, the chatter of his comrades mixed with the distant rumble of artillery. "Writing to your girl?" asked Corporal Ellis, who was patching a hole in his boot. "Nah," Danny replied. "My sister, but I don't know what to say anymore. How do you tell someone what it's really like out here?" Ellis nodded. "You don't. You tell her about the good stuff, the stuff worth fighting for." Danny smiled faintly and began to write. "Dear Mary," he started. "I saw the sunrise over the Rhine today. It reminded me of home. There's still beauty here, even in all this." As winter set in, the Allied advance slowed. Supplies were stretched thin, and the cold sapped morale. For Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad, the Ardennes forest became a frozen purgatory. It was there that Lee Roy-Strawn first abandoned his group. The quiet of the forest was deceptive. German forces were regrouping, preparing for a counter-offensive that would catch the Allies off guard. Simon's squad, tasked with patrolling the area, found themselves walking into an ambush. The attack came without warning. Mortar shells shattered the trees, and machine gun fire raked the ground. Simon shouted orders, his voice hoarse as he directed his men to cover. Private Mark Ellis was hit, his screams piercing the chaos. "Stay with me, Ellis," Simon yelled as he dragged the wounded soldier to safety. December 16, 1944. The Germans launched their last major offensive of the war, striking through the Ardennes, what would become known as the Battle of the Bulge. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit was stationed near Bastogne, a critical crossroads town that quickly became the focal point of the German assault. The weather was merciless, with heavy snow and freezing temperatures complicating the already dire situation. "We hold this town," Ramsey told his men, his breath visible in the frigid air, "no matter what." The Germans attacked in waves, their artillery turning Bastogne into a hellscape of fire and ice. Supplies ran dangerously low, and the men resorted to scavenging for food and ammunition. Despite the hardships, the soldiers' resolve never wavered. As Christmas approached, Ramsey gathered his men around a small fire. "We're still here," he said. "And as long as we're here, they're not getting through." Amid the harsh conditions of Bastogne, the arrival of General Patton's Third Army brought a glimmer of hope. The relief effort was a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of the Allied forces. Private Danny Miller, now part of the defensive line, watched in awe as Patton's tanks rolled into the besieged town. "Looks like Santa came early," he joked, earning a tired laugh from his comrades. The renewed offensive forced the Germans to retreat, and Bastogne held firm. For Danny, the experience was a turning point. He realized that survival wasn't just about luck. It was about the unyielding determination of those fighting beside him. "Dear Mary," he wrote that night, "today we turned the tide. It feels like the beginning of the end. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be home sooner than I thought." As the Allies pushed deeper into Germany, they began to uncover the horrors of the Nazi regime. For Captain Bob Ramsey's unit, the liberation of a concentration camp near Buchenwald was an experience that would haunt them forever. The soldiers were unprepared for what they found. Emaciated survivors stumbled toward them, their hollow eyes reflecting years of unimaginable suffering. Ramsey ordered his men to distribute food and blankets, but the scale of the atrocity left them feeling helpless. "How could this happen?" one soldier muttered, his voice trembling. Ramsey didn't have an answer. He walked among the survivors, his heart heavy with a mixture of rage and sorrow. "We fight to end this," he said quietly. "That's why we're here." In March 1945, the Allies reached the Rhine River, the final barrier before the heart of Germany. The crossing was both a strategic and symbolic victory, marking the beginning of the end for the Third Reich. Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad was among the first to cross at Remagen, where an intact bridge provided a rare opportunity to move quickly. The Germans fought fiercely to destroy the bridge, but the Allies held firm. As Simon's squad advanced, the air filled with the sound of artillery and the roar of Allied bombers. Simon felt a surge of determination. "This is it," he told his men. "We're almost there." The bridge held, and the Allies established a foothold on the eastern bank. For Simon, the moment was bittersweet. He thought of the friends he had lost along the way, and resolved to honor their sacrifices by seeing the mission through to the end. As spring unfolded in 1945, the Allies tightened their grip on Germany, advancing from both the western and eastern fronts. The encirclement of the Ruhr Valley was a critical step in dismantling the German war machine. Captain Bob Ramsey's unit played a key role in the campaign. Tasked with cutting off supply lines, they operated deep in enemy territory, targeting railroads and communication hubs. Ambushes became the norm. During one such mission, Private Hank Myers narrowly avoided a mortar strike, his quick reflexes saving the squad from disaster. "That was close," he muttered, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. By mid-April, the Ruhr pocket was secured, and over 300,000 German troops surrendered. Ramsey stood on a hill overlooking the valley, a sense of accomplishment tempered by the realization that the end was near, but not without more bloodshed. In late April, Allied and Soviet forces made contact at the Elbe River, signaling the collapse of Nazi Germany. Lieutenant Simon Carter's squad approached the river cautiously, unsure of what awaited them on the opposite bank. When the Soviets came into view, there was a moment of tense silence. Then a Russian soldier waved, a broad grin breaking the somber atmosphere. Simon and his men returned the gesture, relief washing over them. The two groups met in the middle of a makeshift pontoon bridge, exchanging cigarettes and photographs. Despite the language barrier, there was an unspoken understanding. They had both endured unimaginable hardships to reach this point. As Simon shook hands with the Soviet officer, he felt a glimmer of hope. "We're almost there," he thought. "Almost home." While the Allies focused on securing Western Germany, the Soviets launched their final assault on Berlin. Yvette Fournier, now embedded with an Allied intelligence unit, worked tirelessly to gather information on the crumbling Nazi leadership. Berlin was a city in ruins, its streets choked with rubble and its skies blackened by smoke. Reports of fierce Soviet resistance filtered back to Yvette, who processed the information with grim determination. On May 2, 1945, Berlin fell, Adolf Hitler was dead, and the war in Europe was all but over. Yvette received the news in a crowded briefing room. The room erupted in cheers, but she remained silent, her thoughts on the millions who had suffered to bring about this moment. As the celebrations continued, Yvette stepped outside, the cool night air a stark contrast to the chaos inside. She closed her eyes and whispered, "For all of us. For all of us." May 8th, 1945. The war in Europe officially ended with Germany's unconditional surrender. Across the Allied nations, celebrations erupted. But for the soldiers and civilians who had endured the conflict, the moment was bittersweet. Private Danny Miller stood in a field near the Rhine, watching the sun rise over the river. Around him his comrades shared stories and laughter, their relief palpable. Danny pulled out his final letter to Mary. "Dear Mary," he wrote, "it's over. We made it. I'm coming home." For the first time in months, his hand didn't shake as he wrote. Captain Bob Ramsey gathered his men for a quiet toast. "To the ones we lost," he said, raising a tin cup, "and to the ones who brought us home." The journey back to their respective homelands was a surreal experience for many soldiers. For Lieutenant Simon Carter, the train ride through liberated France was a time to reflect on the journey. The scars of war were everywhere: bombed out villages, displaced families, and endless fields of crosses marking the fallen. Simon sat beside Private Mark Ellis, whose leg wound was healing, but would leave a permanent limp. "We did what we came to do," Simon said, breaking the silence. Ellis nodded. "Yeah, but at what cost?" Simon didn't have an answer. Instead, he stared out the window, the countryside blurring as the train sped toward the coast. Wow. What if no one makes it to the Mar? He asked himself, and wondered if he could keep going until reaching Happy Birthday. Yvette Fournier remained in France, dedicating herself to rebuilding her war-torn country. She worked with relief organizations to help displaced families and document the stories of those who had resisted the occupation. Sam O'Connor stayed by her side, their bond strengthened by the shared trials of war. Together they helped lay the groundwork for a future that seemed distant during the darkest days of the conflict. In a quiet moment, Yvelle and Sam visited the beaches of Normandy. Standing where the invasion had begun, they paid their respects to those who had made the ultimate sacrifice. "This is where it started," Yvette said softly, "and this is where we begin again." Back in New York, Danny Miller reunited with his sister Mary. Their embrace was long and tearful, words unnecessary as they clung to each other. Danny handed Mary the stack of letters he had written but never sent. "I didn't think they'd make sense out of context," he said, with a sheepish smile. Mary read them one by one, her tears falling freely as she glimpsed the world her brother had endured. "You're home now," she said. "That's all that matters." For Danny, the letters were a way to process the war's impact. They became a reminder of the resilience that had carried him through. The end of the war marked the beginning of a new chapter for the world. Cities were rebuilt, families reunited, and nations began to heal. For Captain Bob Ramsey, the transition to civilian life was bittersweet. He visited the families of fallen comrades, sharing their stories and ensuring their sacrifices would not be forgotten. Lieutenant Simon Carter returned to his family farm in Kansas, but the memories of the war lingered. At night, he often found himself staring at the stars, wondering about the lives he had saved and those he had lost. Each of them carried the weight of the war, but they also carried its lessons, the value of courage, the strength of camaraderie, and the enduring hope for a better tomorrow. December 16th, 1944, the Ardennes Forest. The early morning calm of the Ardennes Forest masked the storm about to erupt. Snow fell in light flurries, blanketing the ground and muffling the ordinary sounds of an army at rest. In the foxholes dug into the frozen soil, soldiers of the 99th Infantry Division tried to stay warm. Some slept fitfully, others whispered in hushed tones. To Private Jack Wilson, the snow seemed endlessly long. He wrapped his hands around the mug of coffee he had barely managed to heat over a tiny fire. The stillness was shattered. At precisely 5:30 a.m., a blinding flash lit the eastern horizon, followed almost immediately by the thunderous roar of German artillery. Jack dropped his coffee as the ground trembled violently beneath him. Shells screamed overhead, erupted in every direction. Shards of wood and earth erupted in every direction as the nearby tree line was obliterated. The smell of cordite and burning sap filled the air. "Incoming!" shouted Sergeant Joe Henderson, diving into his foxhole. Jack followed instinctively, clutching his rifle as his heart hammered in his chest. The sounds of chaos grew louder, men shouting, the deafening whine of shells, the crackle of flames consuming shattered pines. Jack risked a glance over the edge of his foxhole and froze. Through the smoke, figures began to materialize, hundreds of them, moving in disciplined lines. They wore white camouflage, blending almost seamlessly into the snowy landscape. The Germans were here, and they were coming fast. "Fire at will!" bellowed Henderson, raising his own rifle. Jack squeezed the trigger. His first shot went wide, but he adjusted quickly. The second found its target, and a German soldier crumpled to the ground. Jack barely had time to process the kill before another artillery shell exploded nearby, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. By mid-morning, the 99th Infantry was in full retreat. Jack ran through the forest, his breath fogging in the freezing air. Machine gun fire barked behind him, and the cries of wounded men echoed through the trees. He stumbled over a fallen log and barely managed to regain his footing, clutching his rifle as if it were a lifeline. When he reached a temporary command post, Lieutenant Colonel McKinley was there, rallying the scattered soldiers. "Hold the line," McKinley shouted. "Reinforcements are coming." His voice was calm, commanding, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Jack didn't know if reinforcements would arrive in time, but he planted his feet and readied his weapon. The Germans were advancing again, their shouts growing louder. If this was the end, he would meet it standing. The Germans were advancing again, their shouts growing louder. If this was the end, he would meet it standing. December 16th, 1944, Kampfgruppe Piper advances. On the other side of the battle, Lieutenant Colonel Joachim Piper studied his map with a calculating eye. The forest surrounding the Ardennes was dense, its narrow roads clogged with snow and ice, but Piper's orders were clear. Lead the spearhead of the 1st SS Panzer Division and drive a wedge through the Allied lines. Hitler's grand offensive relied on speed, and Piper intended to deliver. His column was formidable. Tiger tanks, half-tracks, and mechanized infantry stretched for miles. Piper himself rode in the lead vehicle, his piercing eyes scanning the snowy expanse ahead. He knew time was of the essence. The Allies were still unaware of the full scale of the attack, but that would change quickly. He needed to strike hard and fast. As dawn broke, the advance began in earnest. The massive engines of the tanks roared to life, their steel tracks crunching through the snow. Piper's troops were disciplined and determined, veterans of countless battles on the Eastern Front. They moved with precision, clearing roadblocks and scattering the surprised American outposts that stood in their path. At 9 a.m., Piper's unit encountered its first major resistance. A group of American engineers attempting to blow a bridge to halt the German advance. Piper ordered his tanks forward, their 88-men guns opening fire with devastating effect. The engineers fought valiantly, but they were outgunned and outnumbered. Within minutes, the bridge was secured, and Piper's column surged across. In the aftermath, Piper surveyed the scene with cold detachment. The bodies of American soldiers lay sprawled in the snow, their blood stark against the white ground. He ordered his men to press on, leaving no time for sentiment. The success of the offensive depended on momentum, and Piper was determined to maintain it. By nightfall, Kampfgruppe Piper had advanced over 20 miles into Allied territory. The roads were littered with the wreckage of destroyed vehicles, both American and German. But Piper's focus never wavered. He knew the stakes of this operation. Victory here could change the course of the war, and failure was not an option. December 16th, 1944, a Belgian village in the crossfire. Marie de Klerk had spent most of the morning on her knees, scrubbing the stone floor of her family's farmhouse. The work was tedious, but it helped distract her from the growing unease that had settled over her in recent weeks. Whispers of German movements had reached their tiny village of Lanzerath, but the war had seemed distant. Until now, the first explosion rattled the windows and Marie dropped her brush. Her younger brother Luke burst into the kitchen, his face pale with fear. "Mama says to go to the cellar," he shouted. Marie ran to the front window and pulled back the heavy curtain. Smoke rose from the edge of the forest, and the faint sound of gunfire echoed across the snow-covered fields. The Germans were coming. Her heart clenched with fear. She grabbed Luke by the hand and hurried to the cellar, where her mother and grandmother were already huddled. The cellar was damp and dark, lit only by a single oil lamp. Marie held Luke close as they listened to the distant sounds of battle, the muffled booms of artillery and the staccato bursts of machine gun fire grew louder with each passing minute. The war was no longer distant. It was here, at their doorstep. Hours passed in tense silence. Finally, the sound of engines approaching shattered the stillness. Marie's mother whispered a silent prayer as the roar grew louder, then stopped abruptly. Boots crunched on the snow outside. Someone pounded on the door above them. Marie's mother gestured for silence, but Luke whimpered softly, the sound barely audible. The cellar door creaked open, and a beam of light pierced the darkness. A German soldier stood at the top of the stairs, his rifle slung across his shoulder. He barked an order in harsh tones that Marie couldn't understand. Her mother stood, trembling but defiant. "We are civilians," she said in halting German. "We mean no harm." The soldier gestured for them to come upstairs. As they emerged into the cold air, Marie's eyes widened. The yard was filled with soldiers, their white camouflaged uniforms blending with the snow. A Tiger tank idled nearby, its massive gun pointed toward the road. Marie prayed they would not be harmed, but she knew better than to hope for mercy. The war had shown her enough to understand that survival was never guaranteed. December 17th, 1944, the 101st Airborne prepares for Bastogne. Private, first-class Tom Calloway felt the cold seep into his bones as he tightened the straps on his pack. Around him, the men of the 101st Airborne Division were gearing up for what they all knew would be a brutal fight. Private First Class Tom Calloway felt the cold seep into the style, on his regiment's lines. He who knew precisely when they were going to fight, for the wrong reasons, facts that preceded death. "They'll let us warm up when we get there," joked Corporal Jimmy Harris, his breath fogging in the frigid air. Calloway chuckled, despite himself. "Only if by warm you mean dodging artillery shells." The men laughed, a short, nervous sound that barely masked their fear. Calloway looked at the faces around him, grizzled veterans and fresh-faced replacements alike. They were his brothers now, bound together by more than just their uniforms. By noon, they were loaded into trucks and rolling toward Bastogne. The roads were clogged with refugees, families fleeing the advancing Germans, their carts piled high with whatever belongings they could carry. Calloway saw a young mother clutching an infant, her face etched with exhaustion and fear. He wanted to say something, to offer reassurance. But what could he say? The trucks stopped just outside the town. Bastogne was a mess of activity, with soldiers fortifying positions and setting up defenses. The air was tense, filled with the sharp sounds of hammers and shouted orders. Calloway's unit was assigned to a sector on the northern edge of town. They dug in quickly, their breath fogging in the icy air as they worked. As night fell, Calloway found himself on guard duty. The forest loomed dark and silent in the distance, a stark contrast to the frantic preparations behind him. He tightened his grip on his rifle and scanned the tree line, every shadow and flicker of movement setting his nerves on edge. Jimmy Harris joined him, his face serious for once. "You scared, Tom?" Calloway hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah? Uh-huh." "You." "Terrified," Harris admitted. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Calloway. They smoked in silence, the glow of the embers faint in the darkness. "Whatever happens," Calloway said finally, "we stick together." Harris nodded, brothers in arms. The quiet didn't last. At midnight, the first artillery shells hit Bastogne. December 18th, 1944, the siege begins. The first artillery barrage was just the beginning. By dawn, Bastogne was completely surrounded. Private Tom Calloway crouched in his foxhole, the frozen ground beneath him hard as stone. His breath came in quick, visible puffs as explosions rocked the ground. Every shell that whistled overhead sent a spike of fear through him, though he tried to focus on the task at hand, staying alive. "Keep your head down," barked Sergeant Bill Patterson, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar of artillery. Tom stole a glance over the rim of his foxhole. The forest surrounding the town was alive with movement. German troops in white camouflage flitted between the trees, their disciplined advance an unnerving sight. Machine gun fire crackled, and Tom ducked back down, clutching his rifle as though it were a talisman. Behind the lines, medics worked frantically in makeshift aid stations. Lieutenant Ellen Masters, a nurse with the 10th Armored Division, moved quickly between the wounded, her hands steady despite the chaos. The smell of blood and antiseptic mixed with the acrid tang of smoke, a scent that would linger in her memory long after the war. "Hold him steady," she shouted to a medic as she stitches up a soldier's torn leg. The young man whimpered, biting down on a strip of leather to stifle his cries. Outside, the sound of engines signaled the arrival of German tanks. Tom felt his stomach drop as a Panzer rolled into view, its massive turrets swiveling toward their position. "I can't wait," Tom muttered, his mouth burning with sweet taste of desire. "A Zuka team, now," Patterson shouted. 2 soldiers scrambled into position, their hands trembling as they loaded the weapon. The first shot struck the tank's side, but it was a glancing blow. The Panzer's turret fired back, obliterating the foxhole next to Tom's. The blast was deafening, and for a moment all he could hear was a high-pitched ringing. When his hearing returned, he realized Patterson was shouting again. "They're flanking us. Fall back to the second line." Tom didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed his rifle and ran, the ground shaking beneath him as More shells slammed into the town. Behind him, the first line of defense crumbled. Bastogne was quickly becoming a death trap. December 18, 1944. Civilians caught in the crossfire. Marie Desclercq huddled in the cellar with her family, her arms wrapped tightly around Luc. The distant rumble of tanks and the sharp cracks of gunfire were constant now, a grim soundtrack to the siege. Above them, German soldiers had taken over their farmhouse, using it as a command post. The sound of boots on the floorboards was a stark reminder of their captivity. Her mother whispered prayers in French, her voice steady despite the fear etched on her face. Marie envied her composure. Every sound from above made her heart race. Late in the afternoon, the cellar door creaked open, and a soldier gestured for them to come upstairs. Marie's stomach churned as they ascended the stairs, the cold air biting at her skin. In the kitchen, a German officer stood at the table, poring over a map. He looked up as they entered, his expression unreadable. "You will provide food," he said in broken French. Marie's mother nodded. "We will do what we can." As her mother prepared a meager meal from their dwindling supplies, Marie's eyes darted around the room. She noticed a pile of documents on the table, maps, orders, and field reports. Her heart raced, but she couldn't shake it. If she could get those documents to the Allies, it might save lives. That night, after the soldiers had eaten and retreated to their quarters, Marie crept into the kitchen. Her hands shook as she carefully took a single map and folded it into her dress. It wasn't much, but it was something. The next day, under the guise of gathering firewood, she slipped away from the farmhouse. The risk was enormous, but Marie was determined. She knew of a nearby resistance cell and prayed they were still active. Every step through the snow felt like a gamble, but as she approached the meeting point, she saw a familiar signal, a lantern flickering twice in a second-story window. Relief washed over her as a man emerged from the shadows. "What do you have?" he asked, his voice low. Marie handed him the map, her hands trembling. "This," she whispered, "and maybe hope." December 19, 1944, holding the line, Lieutenant Colonel Crichton Abrams stood on the outskirts of Bastogne, his tank's engine idling as he studied the landscape through binoculars. The town's defenders were spread thin, and the German noose tightened with every passing hour. Abrams knew the odds were against them, but retreat wasn't an option. "Get that Sherman into position," he ordered, gesturing to a nearby tank commander. "We're not letting them through." The perimeter around Bastogne was a patchwork of hastily dug trenches, fortified buildings, and tank emplacements. Supplies were scarce, and the soldiers were exhausted, but their resolve remained unbroken. Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris worked to fortify their foxhole, stacking sandbags and laying down strips of barbed wire. "Think Patton's coming to save us?" Harris asked, his tone more hopeful than sarcastic. Tom shrugged. "If he is, he'd better hurry." The day brought wave after wave of German attacks. Mortar shells rained down, and machine gun fire shredded the trees. Abrams directed his tanks with precision, using the town's narrow streets to create choke points. Every inch of ground was contested fiercely, and every victory came at a steep cost. By nightfall, the perimeter still held, but the cost was evident. The snow was stained with blood, and the cries of the wounded echoed in the frigid air. And Tom sat in his foxhole, staring at the frozen ground. He thought of home, of his mother's kitchen, and the warmth of a summer day. "Still with me, Calloway?" Harris asked, nudging him with an elbow. Tom nodded. "Yeah, still here." For now, that was enough. December 20, 1944. Baston's isolation. The sky over Bastogne remained ominously clear, for the surrounded 101st Airborne and other defenders. This was no blessing. Without cloud cover, German planes dominated the air, strafing roads and dropping bombs on anything that moved. Supplies were running low, ammunition, food, and especially medical resources. Lieutenant Ellen Masters barely paused to rest, moving from one injured soldier to the next in a commandeered church that served as an aid station. Dieu, the air inside was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the faint, acrid tang of burning wood from outside. "Lieutenant, over here," a medic called, waving her to a corner where a soldier clutched his side, blood seeping between his fingers. Ellen knelt beside him, offering a reassuring smile she didn't feel. "What's your name, soldier?" she asked as she tore away his blood-soaked jacket. "James," he gasped, his face pale. "James Carter." "Well, James, you're going to be fine. Just keep breathing for me," she said, though she knew it wasn't true. The shrapnel wound was deep, and the odds of survival without surgery were slim. Supplies were critically low. No morphine, no plasma, and not nearly enough bandages. Outside, the sounds of gunfire drew closer. Ellen paused, closing her eyes briefly. She couldn't think about the siege. Her focus had to remain on the lives she could still save. She worked through the day, her hands numb from the cold, and her heart heavy with the weight of the dying. When night fell, she found a brief moment to rest, leaning against a wall. As she stared at the flickering light of a candle, a single thought lingered. How much longer could they hold? December 20, 1944. Kampfgruppe Piper's advance. Joachim Piper sat in his command vehicle, the map of the Ardennes spread before him. His Kampfgruppe had carved a bloody path through the Allied lines, but the momentum was slowing. The narrow, icy roads were a logistical nightmare, and Allied resistance was stiffening. Supplies were also becoming an issue. Fuel, in particular, was dangerously low. Piper's frustration mounted as his men reached the outskirts of Stavlot, a small, strategic town. It controlled key roadways that were essential for continuing the advance. However, the Americans had dug in, and each attempt to dislodge them had been met with fierce resistance. "Send the tanks forward," Piper ordered. "I want that bridge intact." The assault on Stavlot was brutal. German tanks roared through the narrow streets, their guns blasting apart buildings where American defenders were entrenched. Civilians caught in the crossfire fled in terror, their cries mingling with the cacophony of battle. Piper's ruthlessness was on full display as he ordered his troops to push forward at all costs. By nightfall, the Germans had taken the town, but at a steep price. Piper knew his advance was unsustainable without resupply. He ordered his men to secure the fuel depot on the outskirts of town. But the Allies had sabotaged much of it. The frustration in his voice was evident as he addressed his officers. "We press on," he said, his tone icy. "The Führer demands victory, and we will deliver it." Piper's name would later be etched into history not just for his tactical skill, but for the atrocities committed under his command. As his men pushed forward, they left a trail of destruction in their wake, their actions a chilling reminder of the horrors of war. December 21, 1944, a brief moment of humanity. Private Jack Wilson sat in his foxhole, the cold biting at his exposed skin. The line was quiet for now, but the tension never fully subsided. He pulled a crumpled letter from his pocket, unfolding it carefully. The handwriting was shaky but familiar, his mother's. "Dear Jack," it began, "I hope this letter finds you safe. It's Christmas soon, and your little sister keeps asking when you'll come home. I tell her to keep praying for you, that you'll be here when it's over. She's made you a card. I'll send it along when I can. Stay strong, my boy. We love you." Jack felt a lump in his throat as he read the words. Christmas seemed like a distant dream, a memory from another life. Around him, the men of the 99th Infantry Division were equally subdued. Some wrote letters home. Others shared quiet conversations. Some went down to the pool and enjoyed a salt bath time in the stillness of their own thoughts. He looked at the letters amid the maps. Around him, amid the 99th Infantry Division, were equally subdued. Some wrote letters of confirmation. Jimmy Harris nudged him. "You okay, Wilson?" Jack nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just thinking about home." "Don't we all?" Harris said, lighting a cigarette. "You'll make it back. We all will." The moment of reflection was shattered. As flares lit up the sky, the Germans were advancing again, their shouts piercing the cold night air. Jack folded the letter and stuffed it into his jacket, gripping his rifle tightly. The fight wasn't over. Not by a long shot. December 22, 1944, the siege tightens. The sun barely pierced the overcast sky as German artillery pounded Bastogne relentlessly. Private Tom Calloway crouched low in his foxhole, his rifle clutched tightly to his chest. Around him, the snow was churned into mud and slush by countless boots and explosions. The Germans launched another assault just after dawn. Machine gun fire erupted along the perimeter, and shouts of "incoming" sent men scrambling for cover. Tom peered over the rim of his foxhole just in time to see a German panzer roll into view, its turret swiveling toward their position. "Bazooka team out!" shouted Sergeant Patterson, his voice hoarse from days of shouting over gunfire. A pair of soldiers scrambled into position, one of them carrying the heavy weapon while the other loaded a shell. The bazooka fired, the projectile streaking toward the panzer. It struck the tank's side, creating a deafening explosion. But when the smoke cleared, the tank was still advancing. Tom's heart pounded as he fumbled with his rifle. He fired a few rounds at the advancing infantry, but the Germans seemed unstoppable. The Panzer fired its main gun, obliterating a section of the makeshift barricade. "Fall back to the secondary line," Patterson ordered, waving his men toward a row of sandbags farther back. Tom and his comrades ran, slipping on the icy ground. Bullets whizzed past, and he felt the cold sting of snow hitting his face. When he reached the new position, he turned to see Jimmy Harris, limping, his face twisted in pain. "Keep moving!" Tom shouted, running back to grab his friend. Together, they stumbled toward the sandbags, just as another artillery shell exploded behind them. By the time the Germans retreated to regroup, the American line was battered but unbroken. Tom collapsed against the sandbags, his chest heaving. Around him, men tended to the wounded, their faces pale and grim. "We're not going to make it," Jimmy muttered, his voice barely audible. "Yes, we are," Tom replied, though he wasn't sure he believed it. December 23rd, 1944. A ray of hope. For days the men of Bastogne had been waiting for a miracle. Supplies were running dangerously low, and the wounded were dying from lack of medicine and care. Lieutenant Ellen Masters had done everything she could, but without morphine or plasma, many of the injured had little chance of survival. The weather had been their greatest enemy. Thick clouds and snowstorms had grounded Allied air support and resupply efforts. But on the morning of December 23, Ellen stepped outside the makeshift aid station and looked up to see something she hadn't seen in days. Blue sky. The news spread quickly. The weather had cleared, and with it came the unmistakable hum of aircraft engines. The men cheered as American C-47s appeared overhead, their wings glinting in the sunlight. Parachutes blossomed in the sky carrying crates of supplies, ammunition, rations, and medical equipment. Ellen felt tears welling up as she watched the parachutes descend. For the first time in days, she allowed herself to hope. She turned to the medics nearby. "Get those supplies to the aid station. We've got work to do." At the perimeter, Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris watched the planes with a mix of relief and awe. "Looks like someone's looking out for us," Jimmy said, a faint smile on his lips. "About time," Tom replied. He felt a surge of renewed determination. They weren't out of the woods yet, but at least they had a fighting chance. As the men distributed the supplies and prepared for the next assault, the air was filled with a palpable sense of relief. For the first time in days, Bastogne didn't feel completely abandoned. December 24th, 1944, the Germans demand surrender. On Christmas Eve, a strange calm settled over Bastogne. The usual sounds of artillery and gunfire were absent, replaced by an uneasy silence. Early in the morning, a small group of German soldiers approached the American lines under a white flag. Major William de Saubry, acting as a liaison for the 101st Airborne, met the Germans near the front. They handed him a typed letter, its language formal but blunt. The message was clear. The Americans were surrounded, hopelessly outnumbered, and facing annihilation. The Germans offered them a chance to surrender, sparing their lives. De Saubry brought the letter to Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, the acting division commander. McAuliffe read it, then laughed. "They want us to surrender," he said, shaking his head. His reply became legend. He scribbled a single word on the back of the letter. Nuts. Emphasis on nuts, as if just the mightiest of nuts were necessary to his delight and pleasure. When the German emissaries returned, de Saubry translated McAuliffe's response. The Germans looked confused. "What does this mean?" one asked. "It means go to hell," de Saubry said. The message spread quickly through the ranks, boosting morale. The men of Bastogne knew the odds were against them, but they weren't about to give up. They spent Christmas Eve reinforcing their positions, their spirits lifted by McAuliffe's defiance. In the cold trenches, Tom and Jimmy shared a can of rations, their breath fogging in the icy air. "Merry Christmas, I guess," Jimmy said, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Merry Christmas," Tom replied, forcing a smile. Despite the circumstances, he felt a flicker of hope. December 25, 1944, a cold, defiant holiday. Christmas morning dawned grey and bitterly cold. The men of Bastogne stirred in their foxholes, their bodies stiff from the freezing night. Snow covered the battlefield, stark and unbroken except where craters and bloodstains marked the grim reality of their situation. Private Tom Calloway pulled his coat tighter around him, his fingers numb despite his gloves. He glanced at Jimmy Harris, who was chewing slowly on a piece of hard tack, his face as pale as the snow. "This what you pictured for Christmas?" Jimmy asked, his voice a weak attempt at humor. "Not exactly," Tom replied, managing a faint smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small tin of Spam. "Merry Christmas, partner." Jimmy chuckled, accepting the offering. "Best gift I've had all year." Across the lines, the Germans launched intermittent artillery barrages, a grim reminder that the holiday offered no reprieve. Yet, amidst the chaos, small acts of humanity shone through. Soldiers exchanged stories of home, shared their meager rations, and sang carols in quiet voices. Ellen Masters moved between the wounded in the makeshift aid station, her movements purposeful despite her exhaustion. She paused to check on James Carter, the young soldier she had treated days before. Ellen Masters moved between the wounded in the makeshift aid station. She paused to check on Ellen Masters' treatment, replacing treatment injections, and recuperation. When she was done, she placed the newly created wounds in the clear sunlight. "How are we feeling today, Private?" she asked, forcing a cheerfulness she didn't feel. "Like I've been hit by a train," James replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I'm still here." "That's all that matters," Ellen said. She handed him a small piece of chocolate, one of the few luxuries left. "Merry Christmas, soldier." James smiled faintly, clutching the chocolate like a treasure. As night fell, the men of Bastogne huddled together for warmth, the distant sounds of German tanks a constant reminder of the enemy's presence. Despite the odds, they found solace in their shared determination. They had survived another day, and for now that was enough. December 26th, 1944, relief on the horizon. General George S. Patton stood in the command tent, his eyes fixed on the map spread across the table. His Third Army had been moving relentlessly northward through snow and mud to relieve the besieged defenders of Bastogne. Every hour counted, and Patton was determined to deliver victory, even if it meant pushing his men and machines to their limits. "Where's the 37th Tank Battalion now?" "Ah?" Patton barked. "Approaching Assenois, sir," a staff officer replied. Patton nodded. Assenois was the final obstacle, before Bastogne. If they could break through the German lines there, they could reach the town by nightfall. "Tell Abrams to push through, no matter what," he ordered. Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams, leading the spearhead of Patton's advance, knew the stakes. His Sherman tanks rumbled through the snow-covered forest, their crews tense but determined. As they approached Assenois, German artillery opened fire, forcing the column to halt. "Keep moving," Abrams shouted over the din. "We've got men counting on us." The battle for Assenois was fierce. German anti-tank guns knocked out several Shermans, but the Americans pressed on, using a combination of infantry support and aggressive tank tactics. Abrams' battalion, broke through the German defences by late afternoon. As the tanks rolled toward Bastogne, the defenders heard the distant rumble of engines. At first, many thought it was another German attack, but when the first Sherman crested the hill, its American star visible through the snow, a cheer erupted along the lines. Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris climbed out of their foxhole, waving frantically at the approaching tanks. Relief flooded through Tom as he realized they had made it. Against all odds, they had held out long enough for help to arrive. December 27th, 1944, reclaiming Bastogne. The arrival of Patton's Third Army marked a turning point in the Battle of the Bulge. With the siege of Bastogne broken, the Germans found themselves on the defensive, their momentum stalled. Tom Calloway watched from the perimeter as columns of reinforcements poured into the town. Tanks, trucks, and fresh troops moved in, bringing much-needed supplies and a renewed sense of purpose. For the first time in days, he allowed himself to relax, if only for a moment. Ellen Masters stood outside the aid station, watching the activity with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. She had worked through the night, treating the wounded brought in during the final hours of the siege. Now, with the siege lifted, she felt a glimmer of hope. Lieutenant, a medic called, "We've got more supplies coming in, plasma, morphine, everything we need." Ellen nodded, her heart lifting. "Let's get to work." Meanwhile, the German forces began their withdrawal, abandoning their positions around Bastogne. Joachim Peiper, whose Kampfgruppe had been a key part of the German offensive, received orders to retreat. His once formidable force was now a shadow of its former self, decimated by Allied resistance and the harsh winter conditions. As the Americans consolidated their hold on Bastogne, General McAuliffe addressed the troops. His words were brief but heartfelt, acknowledging their courage and resilience. "You men have done the impossible," he said. "History will remember what you achieved here." For Tom, Ellen, and countless others, the breaking of the siege was a moment of triumph, tempered by the knowledge of what they had endured. Bastogne had been saved, but the cost had been high. December 28, 1944, Bastogne's scars. The siege was over, but Bastogne remained a shattered town, its streets filled with debris, craters, and the remnants of lives interrupted. For the soldiers who had endured the encirclement, the relief was bittersweet. The survivors had faced days of relentless bombardment, biting cold and dwindling supplies. Victory had come, but at a steep cost. Private Tom Calloway walked through what was left of Bastogne's main street. Burned-out vehicles lined the roads, their twisted frames a testament to the ferocity of the fighting. Civilians emerged cautiously from their cellars, their faces pale and gaunt. Tom paused as a young boy stepped into his path, staring at him with wide, solemn eyes. The boy's clothes were tattered and his cheeks hollow. Tom reached into his pocket, and pulled out a candy bar, offering it with a small smile. "Here, kid," he said softly. The boy took it hesitantly, his eyes lighting up for a brief moment. It was a simple gesture, but one that reminded Tom of the humanity they were fighting to protect. At the makeshift aid station, Ellen Masters worked tirelessly alongside other medics, treating the influx of wounded brought in by Patton's forces. She glanced at James Carter, who was propped up on a cot, his color improving thanks to the fresh plasma. "You're looking better," Ellen said, adjusting his blanket. Better feelings must have been flowing through him, and feelings that he was visiting on painted panes of great pain, for the sunbeams to shine through the magic of staunch pain. Ellen returned the smile. "Just doing my job." Outside, the mood was somber as the men of the 101st Airborne counted their losses. Many foxholes were now empty, their occupants buried hastily in shallow graves. Tom joined a group of soldiers standing silently around a makeshift cross, their heads bowed in respect for the numbers of victims lying inside their cross. Many foxholes were now empty, their occupants buried hastily in shallow graves. Tom joined a group of soldiers standing silently around a makeshift grave and exerted attention in straining focus. The vigil had so far succeeded in not holding any life. The siege was over, but the war was far from finished. December 29, 1944. Kampfgruppe Piper's desperation. Joachim Piper's once powerful Kampfgruppe was in full retreat, its tanks low on fuel and its ranks decimated. The Ardennes offensive, which had begun with such promise for the Germans, was now unraveling. Piper stood on a ridge overlooking a snowy valley, his breath visible in the frigid air. Below, his remaining men worked to destroy their own vehicles to prevent them from falling into Allied hands. The sound of explosives echoed through the forest as tanks and half-tracks were rendered useless. "We can't hold this position," one of his officers said grimly. "The Americans are closing in from all sides." Piper nodded, his jaw tight. The retreat was a bitter pill to swallow, especially after the initial successes of the offensive. He gave the order to abandon the remaining vehicles and continue on foot. The march through the frozen forests was grueling. Many of Piper's men, lacking proper winter gear, succumbed to frostbite and exhaustion. Supplies were scarce, and morale was at an all-time low. By the time Piper and his men reached German lines, they were no longer a fighting force. The Ardennes offensive had failed, and Piper's role in it would be remembered for both its tactical audacity and the atrocities committed along the way. December 13th, 1944. A new year in the Ardennes. As the year came to a close, Private Jack Wilson found a quiet moment to reflect. Sitting in a hastily constructed bunker, he pulled out his mother's letter, now worn and creased from repeated readings. The past weeks had been a blur of chaos and survival. Jack had faced fear like never before, but he had also discovered a resilience he didn't know he possessed. The camaraderie of his fellow soldiers had been his anchor, and the knowledge that they were fighting for something greater than themselves gave him purpose. Jimmy Harris sat beside him, lighting a cigarette. Hell of a way to spend New Year's. Huh? Ha 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 ha, Jack chuckled softly. Could be worse. At least we're still here. And we see... Yeah, Jimmy said, exhaling a plume of smoke. Here's to making it home someday. They sat in silence, watching the sky darken. The distant sound of artillery reminded them that the war wasn't over. But for now, they allowed themselves a brief moment of peace. January 1, 1945. The tide turns. The new year brought with it a renewed sense of determination for the Allies. The Battle of the Bulge was not yet over, but the tide had clearly turned. Reinforcements and supplies continued to pour into the region, and the Germans were being pushed back on all fronts. In Bastogne, the men of the 101st Airborne prepared to move out, their role in the battle coming to an end. General Anthony McAuliffe addressed the troops one last time, his voice carrying the weight of their shared experience. You've done more than anyone could have asked of you, he said. What you accomplished here will be remembered long after this war is over. Tom Calloway listened quietly, his thoughts drifting to the friends he had lost. He knew he would carry the memory of Bastogne with him for the rest of his life. Ellen Masters packed up the aid station, her hands aching from days of unrelenting work. As she walked through the town one last time, she felt a sense of pride mixed with sorrow. She had done her best, but the faces of those she couldn't save would haunt her. Ellen Masters packed up the aid station, her hands aching from the sorrow of the last war. As the men marched out of Bastogne, they passed through rows of cheering civilians. The townspeople waved and shouted their gratitude, their voices ringing through the cold air. For the soldiers, it was a reminder of why they fought, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. The road ahead was uncertain, but the defenders of Bastogne carried with them the unbreakable spirit forged in the crucible of war. January 2, 1945. Rejoining the fight. The men of the 101st Airborne left Bastogne behind, their bodies weary, but their spirits bolstered by the victory. Their relief was short-lived. Orders came swiftly, sending them toward new engagements as the Allies pressed the counter-offensive. Private Tom Calloway trudged along the frozen road, his boots soaked from the melting snow. He carried the weight of survival in his pack, a few letters, a canteen, and the memories of those who had fallen. Beside him, Jimmy Harris limped slightly, his legs still stiff from the injury he'd suffered during the siege. "Feels like we just caught our breath," Jimmy muttered. "War doesn't care if we're tired," Tom replied, his voice hollow. As they marched, they passed columns of tanks and trucks rumbling toward the front. Soldiers riding atop the vehicles waved at the infantry, their faces a mixture of determination and weariness. Among them was Lieutenant Creighton Abrams, leading his tank battalion forward with the same relentless energy that had broken the siege of Bastogne. "We've got them on the run, boys," Abrams shouted to his crew. "Let's keep it that way." For the men on foot, those words were a thin comfort. They knew the Germans wouldn't give up easily, and the battles ahead would demand every ounce of their remaining strength. January 3, 1945. The Wounds of War. Lieutenant Ellen Masters packed her medical supplies, her hands trembling from exhaustion. The aid station in Bastogne was being disbanded, its resources redirected to other fronts. For Ellen, it was a moment of bittersweet relief. She had done everything she could for the wounded, but the scars of what she had witnessed would linger. As she prepared to leave, James Carter called out to her from his cot. His color had returned, and he managed a weak smile. "Leaving already, Lieutenant." "Orders are orders," Ellenberg said, sitting beside him. "You'll be transferred to a proper hospital soon. You're going to be fine." "Thanks to you," James said, his voice earnest. Ellen squeezed his hand, her own smile tinged with sadness. "Just promise me one thing. When you get back home, make the most of it. For all of us who can't." James nodded, his eyes misting. Ellen stood and looked at the station one last time. It wasn't the first place she had served, and it wouldn't be the last. But Bastogne would remain etched in her memory. January 4, 1945, the forest of Foy. The soldiers of the 101st Airborne found themselves advancing through the Ardennes once more, this time toward the small village of Foy. The forest surrounding the area was dense and eerie, its snow-laden branches casting long shadows. Tom Calloway felt a knot of tension in his stomach as he moved cautiously through the trees. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves could signal an ambush. "Eyes up," Sergeant Patterson warned, his voice low. "Germans love these woods." The air was filled with the sharp crack of rifle fire as German snipers began picking off the Americans. The men scattered, diving behind trees and snowbanks for cover. "Sniper, 2 o'clock!" someone shouted. Tom raised his rifle, scanning the treetops. He spotted a glint of sunlight reflecting off a scope and fired. The sniper's body slumped, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Jimmy Harris crawled over to him, his face pale. "They're everywhere," he said, his voice trembling. "Just stay close," Tom replied, his own fear masked by adrenaline. The firefight raged for hours as the Americans slowly pushed the Germans back. By the time the forest fell silent, the ground was littered with bodies, both friend and foe. Tom leaned against a tree, his chest heaving. "We're still here," Jimmy said, his voice tinged with disbelief. "For now," Tom replied, gripping his rifle tightly. January 5, 1945. Victory at a cost. The assault on Foy began at dawn. The village shrouded in mist. Tanks rolled forward, their treads grinding through the snow, while infantry followed closely behind. The Germans had fortified the village, turning every building into a potential death trap. Lieutenant Richard Winters, a company commander with Easy Company, coordinated the attack with precision. His calm demeanor under fire inspired confidence in his men. "Move fast and stay low," Winters instructed. "We take the village one building at a time." Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris were among the first wave, their hearts pounding as they advanced through the smoke-filled streets. Machine gun fire erupted from a farmhouse, pinning them down. "Azucatin, take out that gun," Winters shouted, pointing toward the farmhouse. A soldier fired a rocket at the building, the explosion silencing the machine gun. Tom and Jimmy rushed forward, clearing the farmhouse room by room. By the time the battle ended, Foy was in American hands. The cost, however, was steep. Dozens of men lay dead or wounded, their sacrifice a stark reminder of the price of victory. Tom stood in the village square, staring at the burning wreckage around him. He felt a deep weariness settle over him, but also a sense of pride. They had done their job, and, for now, that was enough. January 6, 1945. Foy's aftermath. Private Tom Calloway sat on the steps of a ruined house, cleaning his rifle. Beside him, Jimmy Harris silently inspected his meager supplies. The adrenaline of the battle had faded, replaced by the grim reality of their situation. "Feels like it never ends," Jimmy muttered, breaking the silence. Tom looked up, his face drawn. "It doesn't. Not until we finish the job." Nearby, Lieutenant Richard Winters gathered his men for a debrief. His voice was calm but firm as he reviewed their actions during the assault. "We did good work today," Winters said, his gaze sweeping over the group. "But don't let your guard down. The Germans are still out there, and they'll hit back as soon as they can." For Ellen Masters, stationed in a field hospital near Foy, the aftermath of the battle was no less harrowing. Ambulances arrived in a steady stream, carrying the wounded and dying. Ellen moved from one cot to the next, her hands steady despite the chaos around her, her anger steady to living Kay. She paused beside a young soldier with a grievous leg wound. His eyes fluttered open as she adjusted his bandages. Am I gonna make it? He whispered. Ellen met his gaze, her expression soft but unwavering. You're in good hands. Just hang on. As the day wore on, the men of the 101st Airborne prepared for whatever lay ahead, their resolve unshaken despite the challenges. January 8th, 1945. Holding the line. The temperature dropped further, the biting cold seeping through every layer of clothing. Snowdrifts piled high, turning the landscape into a frozen wasteland. For the soldiers, survival became as much a battle against the elements as it was against the Germans. Tom Calloway stood guard at the edge of the village, his rifle slung across his chest. The stillness of the forest was unnerving, every shadow a potential threat. See anything? Jimmy Harris asked, his breath visible in the icy air. Just trees, Tom replied, his voice low, but they're out there. The Germans were indeed out there, regrouping for a counterattack. In their command post, Joachim Piper, recently reassigned to a different sector after his failed retreat, reviewed maps with his officers. Despite the setbacks, he remained determined to regain the initiative. They think they've won, Piper said coldly. Let's remind them of their fighting. That night, the Germans launched a probing attack on Foy. Mortars lit up the sky, and the crack of rifles echoed through the village. Tom and Jimmy scrambled to their positions, their hearts pounding. "They're coming!" a soldier shouted. The Americans held their ground, firing into the darkness as German troops advanced through the snow. The fighting was fierce, but the defenders' resolve held firm. By dawn, the German attack had been repelled, leaving the battlefield littered with bodies. January 10, 1945, the Germans pull back. With each passing day, the Germans found themselves pushed further east. Allied forces had turned the tide, reclaiming territory and cutting off German supply lines. For Piper and his men, the retreat was a slow, agonizing process. Exhausted and demoralized, they trudged through the snow, leaving behind their dead and their dreams of victory. Piper stared at the horizon, his jaw clenched. The Ardennes offensive, once heralded as Germany's last great gamble, had become a bitter defeat. Back in Foy, the mood among the Americans was one of cautious optimism. The front lines were shifting, and rumors spread of a larger Allied push that would finally break the German resistance. Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris sat around a small fire, warming their hands. "Think this war's almost over?" Jimmy asked, his voice tinged with hope. Tom hesitated before answering. "Maybe, but we've still got a long way to go." January 12th, 1945. Decisions at the front. Lieutenant Richard Winters walked the perimeter of Foy, checking on his men. The weight of command rested heavily on his shoulders, each decision carrying the potential for life or death. He stopped to speak with Sergeant Patterson, who was overseeing the construction of defensive positions. "How's morale?" Winters asked. "Better than it's been," Patterson replied. The men are tired, but they're holding up. Winters nodded. Good. Keep them sharp. We don't know when the next attack will come. In the field hospital, Ellen Masters faced her own challenges. Supplies were running low, and the constant stream of wounded showed no signs of abating. She worked tirelessly, her determination unwavering despite the odds. Ellen paused to take a sip of water, her hands trembling from exhaustion. A fellow medic placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You are doing everything you can," he said gently. Ellen nodded, her resolve firm. "And I'll keep doing it until this is over." As the Allies prepared for the next phase of their offensive, the soldiers and medics alike braced themselves for the battles to come. January 15, 1945. The advance toward Houffalize. The thawing snow turned the roads into muddy quagmires, but the advance toward Houffalize was relentless. Allied forces were determined to cut off the remnants of German units retreating from the Ardennes. The 101st Airborne, battered but unbroken, marched alongside armored divisions, their mission clear. Tighten the noose. Private Tom Calloway trudged through the slush, his boots soaked and his breath steaming in the cold air. The rifle in his hands felt heavier with each step, but he pressed on. Jimmy Harris walked beside him, coughing occasionally, his voice hoarse from days of cold air and smoke. "You hear what they're saying?" Jimmy asked. "That we're finally linking up with the Brits?" "Yeah," Tom replied. "Means the end's getting closer." Their column came to a halt as scouts reported German artillery ahead. Lieutenant Winters, calm under pressure as always, devised a plan to flank the enemy. "We'll move through that tree line," Winters said, pointing to a dense patch of forest. "Quiet and fast. Let's catch them off guard." The maneuver worked. The 101st surprised the German gunners, overrunning their position in a swift, brutal assault. Tom and Jimmy were among the first to charge, their rifles barking as they closed the gap. When the fighting ended, the captured artillery pieces stood silent, a testament to the Allies' growing dominance. For the men, it was another small victory in a campaign that demanded every ounce of their strength. For Joachim Peiper, retreat was a bitter reality. His once formidable Kampfgruppe was now a shadow of its former self, reduced to scattered remnants fighting for survival. Each day brought new hardships, ambushes, dwindling supplies, and the constant threat of encirclement. Piper leaned against a tree, studying a map with his remaining officers. His face was gaunt, his uniform tattered. "We head east," he said firmly, "through the woods. It's our only chance." The march was grueling. Snow gave way to mud, and many of his men collapsed from exhaustion or frostbite. Piper's reputation as a ruthless leader was tempered by moments of humanity, sharing rations with his men, helping carry the wounded, but even he knew their odds were slim. By the time they reached relative safety behind German lines, Piper's force was no longer a cohesive unit. The Ardennes offensive, which had begun with such ambition, was now a fading memory of failure. January 29th, 1945, Recovery and Reflection. In Bastogne, Lieutenant Ellen Masters found a rare moment of peace. The wounded were fewer now, as the front lines shifted eastward. Ellen used the time to write a letter home, her thoughts spilling onto the page with uncharacteristic vulnerability. Dear Mom, we've seen the worst of it here, but somehow we keep going. I think about home often, about the quiet mornings and the smell of coffee. It feels like another lifetime. Ooh. Tell Dad I'm doing fine, and give my love to everyone. I'll be home when this is over. Love, Ellen. As she folded the letter, a fellow medic approached with news. They're pulling us back to a larger hospital, he said. This station's closing down. Ellen nodded. She welcomed the change, though she knew the war's toll would follow her wherever she went. January 22nd, 1945. Linking up at Haut-Felice. The link-up between American and British forces at Houffelay marked a turning point in the Battle of the Bulge. The encirclement of German forces was complete, and the Ardennes offensive was officially declared a failure for the Wehrmacht. Tom Calloway stood in the town square, watching as tanks rolled in from the north. The sight of British troops, their uniforms distinct from the Americans, brought a rare moment of camaraderie. Soldiers from both sides exchanged cigarettes, stories, and cautious smiles. This feels like the beginning of the end, Jimmy Harris said, lighting a borrowed cigarette. Let's hope so, Tom replied, though he knew the road to Berlin would still be long and bloody. Nearby, Lieutenant Winters met with a British officer to coordinate further movements. The sense of shared purpose was palpable, a reminder of the Allies' collective strength. As night fell, the men gathered around fires, sharing what little food and warmth they had. The war continued, but for now, they allowed themselves a moment of unity. January 25th, 1945. The Ardennes, in Rouen. The Battle of the Bulge officially ended as Allied forces reclaimed the last of the territory lost during the German offensive. The Ardennes, once a pristine winter landscape, was now a scarred battlefield. Tom Calloway and Jimmy Harris stood on a ridge overlooking the valley. Below them, the remnants of the German retreat were evident. Abandoned vehicles, shattered equipment, and the bodies of those who hadn't made it out. It's over, Jimmy said softly. For now, Tom replied, his voice tinged with both relief and foreboding. For Ellen Masters, the end of the battle brought mixed emotions. She had saved countless lives, but lost many more. As she boarded a transport bound for her next assignment, she looked out at the snowy fields, carrying the memories of Bastogne with her. For Joachim Peiper, the failure of the Ardennes offensive marked the beginning of the end for the German war effort. His retreat was a microcosm of the Wehrmacht's collapse, a once mighty force reduced to desperation. The Battle of the Bulge had tested the limits of human endurance, revealing both the horrors of war and the resilience of the human spirit. As the soldiers moved on to new fronts, they carried with them the lessons learned in the frozen forests of the Ardennes.